Bucala ehlabathini okanye eMzantsi Afrika yolutsha masithobeni intloko ngomthandazo xa sizawuqala inkonzo yethu. Siyabulela malusi othandekayo ngobubele bakho kuba siphakamile nje kungenxa yenxiba yakho. Asibobulungisa bethu, asikokwenza kwethu kakuhle okwenze uba sibe siphakamisa sakule ndawo. Siyabulela ke Thixo uthandekayo ngethuba othe wasinika lona lokokubana siyohlangana kwakhona kule ndawo under the circumstances ezikhoyo in the world ezinxunguphalisayo Thixo wethu. But you have afforded us an opportunity, Nkosam, to come and celebrate our pioneers. May you be with us, Lord, as we are going to read your word and guide us, Lord, through in understanding your word. Sizicela into kuwe Thixo ethandekayo, sisazi Nkosi uyawusenzela kuba sicela sikholwe egameni likaYesu mfowethu. Amen. Andizuthetha xesha lide, just few words I'm going to read. Ndifunda kwincwadi yezityhilelo isahluko sesesibini. Ndifunda nje indima ukusukela ku-2 uyoma ku-5. Isityhilelo nguchapter 2, siqala kuverse 2 uyoma kuverse 5. Libeleni zozipeks sendaba yiloo ntanga yezipeks mntakangingi. I know thy works and thy labor and thy patience, and how thou canst not bear them which are evil. And thou hast tried them which say they are apostles and are not, and hast found them liars. And hast from verse 2 to 5. Yes.
To verse 2, I know thy works, and thy labor, and thy patience, and how thou canst not bear them which are evil, and thou hast tried them which say they are apostles, and are not, and hast found them liars. Verse 3, and hast borne, and hast patience, and for my name's sake hast labored, and hast not fainted. Verse 4, nevertheless, I have somewhat against thee, because thou hast left thy first love. Verse 5, remember therefore from whence thou art fallen, and repent, and do the first works, or else I will come unto thee quickly, and will remove thy candlestick out of his place, except thou repent.
Thank you. The book of Revelations, njengokuba siyazi, there's a lot that it offers for us thina abaphila kula maxesha okugqibela. Incwadi yemvuselelo eluncedo okokubana siphinde sithi refocus njengokuba silindele ukubuya kukaYesu kwesibini. The timeline sikwazi uyibona kakuhle apha kule ncwadi yesityhilelo okokubana sindawuni na ngoku ebomini. Iyasityhilela kakuhle into okokubana sizazi uba imeko yethu namhlanje sindawuni na ekusondeleni kokubuya kukaYesu kwesibini. When I read this book, the book of Revelations, I see a love letter from a parent to a child. A parent giving an advice about life experiences and what is ahead of the child, so that the child may be prepared when he meets or she meets the hurdles ahead. That's what I see in the book of Revelations. Le ndawana siyifundileyo namhlanje, uThixo ukhumbuza ibandla lakhe elitsha, liselitsha. It is kind of a retrospection of the good track record and appraisal God has conducted. He commends the church of being hard workers and perseverance and being able to identify the fraudsters in the church. This approbation received by the church from God must have humbled the church. We believe that the portrait we find from this oration is the church during the apostles, a rigorous church, sometimes represented by the white horse that is found in the book of Revelation 6 verse 2. After all the praises that God has done to the church, there is a nip that must have blown the air away. I have a picture of God speaking. I don't have a picture of God writing, but I have a picture of God speaking to his children. Ethetha nabantwana bakhe uThixo ubuso ngobuso, ebanika uqala kuqala abanike ilunda ngomsebenzi abawenzileyo. Eze emveni koko azothi ke nansi ingxaki yam. Uthi le ndinyana endifuna siyibambe ithi, yet I have this against you. You have forsaken your first love. Uthi Ellen White in the book Acts of the Apostles, after a time of zeal of the believers began waning, and their love for God and for another grew less, coldness crept into the church. As we experience today in our church, we are busy with all other businesses and have forgotten the actual business of our existence. If you request members now to go and conduct, allow me to use the word evangelism inclusively. We are hard to find. If you are invited to have anything else that will not challenge our beliefs, where we'll relax and even talk about soccer and politics, you'll find us comfortable. In time past, Adventists used to see a person as a potential candidate for heaven and would approach the person with the gospel. But today, we want recognition and fame that makes us to be stuck behind the pulpit. We even fight for the pulpit today. And we want positions in the church. We have lost our pride of the gospel. And an appeal is made. Remember the height from which you have fallen and repent. I will not dwell much, but I just want to say the time is against us. We are almost on the high tide. In no time, the word will sound from above. Behold, I come quickly, and my reward is with me, to give man according to his works shall be. I am Alpha and Omega, the beginning and the end. the first and the last. The time is no more. Let us tell the world that Jesus is the Savior and Jesus is coming very soon. Xa uYesu uThixo eza kuthi repent, uyayibona into kokubana sinako ukubuyela apho sisuka khona. The excuses that we have, they are not excuses kuThixo, because God sees potential in us. And therefore, all that we need to do is to listen to what he's saying and do accordingly. Time is no more. Inkosi nisikelele. Bawethu uthandekayo sekhaya ezulwini, as we proceed with the program for this day, we invite you, Lord, to be with us with all the procedures of the program. May your love, your grace be expounded. Singathi kwethu nganathi ungasithwala Thixo uthandekayo kuze umsebenzi wakho kwesemethandekayo. Sithi xa siphulaphula ezintetha zimnandi ezizawuthethwa nkosithandekayo ngabantwana bakho abasanduleleyo Thixo uthandekayo, sivuseleleke. Xa siphuma kule ndawo, siphume nkosithandekayo, siqale apho siyeke khona. Sicela amandla ke kuwe Thixo wethu ngegama likaYesu. Amen.
There's a place in the ranks to be filled today. Who will stand with the tried and true? Meet the many snares and the pitfalls new. Can the Master count on you? Can the Master count on you?
Are you one of the tried?
Of the tried and true. Hear the battle cry, you must fight or die. Can the Master count on you? Will you stay in the fight when the battle's on? When your comrades are falling fast? Can he count on you till the battle's over? Till you hear the final call? Can the Master count on you?
Are you one of the tried?
Of the tried and true. Hear the battle cry, you must fight or die. Can the Master count on you? Can the Master count on you?
Are you one of the tried?
Of the tried and true. Hear the battle cry, you must fight or die. Can the Master count on you?
For our opening remarks, we are going to call upon our district pastor, Umfundisi Ulamani. Umfundisi Ulamani will be doing the opening remarks. Asamkele kakuhle officially. Sizawucela Umfundisi Ulamani eze for our opening remarks.
Like me.
No, it's fine. All right, let me recap what I said. I thank the family for its presence and honoring the thinking of appreciation of the members of their families and the gift that families have given to the Seventh-day Adventist Church of their fathers, their uncles, their grandfathers, and so forth. The sacrifice that the families have made. If it was not for your sacrifices, we would not even be thinking of appreciating the legends or the stalwarts, the Pastor Pekana and so forth. The thinking of the memorial lectures came into my mind around 2013 and implemented in 2014 when we had ZNS 4C Leadership Memorial Lecture. I need also to explain that this is not about, initially about the ZNS 4C, the DT Bandla, the Wmk Pekana per se. It's about leadership. Hence, it is Leadership Memorial Lecture. But then what will be leadership if there were no DT Bandla, no Pekana, no Mdliva, and so forth? Then that thought is forced then to look at the lives of those stalwarts and see what we learn from them. And as I have said, we are standing on their shoulders today as the pastors. And therefore it makes sense for us to remember where we are coming from. Between 2014 and to date, it's a span of about 6 years. And that, however, does not mean that the next memorial lecture will be in 6 years. The idea is we need to honor our own, not honor more than appreciate the contribution that they have made, the sacrifices that their families have made, painful experiences that they had to endure, sometimes going for months without their fathers around. When I came to my senses and I was in the ministry, there was a system in the church where if you go for a camp meeting, you are appointed as a camp meeting speaker. If you start in Cape Town, you will run until you get to Emampondweni. That will probably be about 4 weeks or a month or so, all going all the way, never coming back home. Other pastors would just arrive at home and then just change the suits, wash their shirts, pack again, and go somewhere else. You have gone through all that, and we appreciate it. If it was not for that sacrifice, we would not be here today. There are certain things that are very important that are mentioned and we want to remember and not forget. In Xhosa, there is a saying, "Ungabokuyilibala intakobusi." We will be making a mistake if we forget those who give unto us a baton and the experiences that they have shared with us. It becomes important then that in an attempt not to forget a honey bird, we make sure that honey is always available. Honey that will remind us of a honey bird. I was saying Gunkosnata Papandle, when I first met Umfundisi Pekana, always in my mind there is a thought yakhe okanye ingcamango yakhe xa awayephendula umbuzo owawunzima owawubuzwa ngabazalwana eMthatha. And ndiyafuna ukuthi sabe babeliqule baligangatha. But then he stood up in a black suit, white shirt, black tie, black shoes. And he said, xa ephendula, ngoba umbuzo was, iza kwenzeka into kokuba uMthatha ube yi-conference. Waphendula ngelithi, mamela napha bethu. mamela napha. Uthi uPekana ayizokwenzeka loo nto konke konke. Now those memories that we have and we would like to always appreciate of senior pastors that stood for what is right even though heavens may fall. I remember meeting D.T. Bandla in Motherwell, and I'm proud that I pastored him. I was his pastor. Uyeva nompumelelo mntanami? And one day, there was a church board and there was an issue, and he was no longer, actually, I kicked him out of a church board. He was appointed as a family ministries leader. I said, no. He will lead it outside the board. He's not going to be at the board. Then they asked me, I said, no. We cannot have two pastors on the board. Mfundisi Bandla may forget that he's a retiree and I am a pastor. So he must lead from outside. So he didn't accept that. And then I had to go to his house, Evinji. And I went to that courtyard. As I came to the courtyard, he said, Brother Laman, kuthiwa wena undifuni kwi-church board. Please, ndizokuxela ngoku uba mna andikufuni kwi-church board. Ukwenzela uba ungahambi uthi kuthiwa. Andikufuni kwi-church board, ndiyazazi uba ndingakufuni. One of them into yokuba unenkani, uzawundiphikisa phakathi kwamarhamente sixabane, ibe ndim ndixabana nawe, hlala apha kwakho. Andikufuni nokubona kwi-church board. So he said, when we have spoken about whatever that was an issue, my brother, abakhange bandixelele loo nto. So those are the guys that we have learned from them to stand for what is right, even though heavens may fall. These are the people that have taught me to say, leadership is not always honey. And therefore, it is our desire to educate the upcoming leaders that they may know that in leadership, there are times of joy. In leadership, there are times of tears. Now, there is what I call a tripartite alliance in leadership, where the book of Genesis gives us the formula. When God created men, he said to Adam, they must lead. Leadership is power. They must lead. So God gives Adam power to lead. And then God says, you must have dominion. You must have control. When you lead, you must have control. You can't lead where you don't have a control. And then, of course, in leadership, there has to be wisdom. Ellen White puts it this way. There are two things that you need in leadership. You need strategy, you need tact. And if you don't have tact, in fact, she says, you may lose every other thing and not have strategy. But make sure that you have tact. Then Hinckley introduces a third alliance, or a third ally, in his foreword to the book Growing Kingdom Power. Mark Sanford writes, wisdom is not timeless, not trendy. While people of the generations sought for or avoided come on now. Okay. While people of the generation sought or ignore it, it has never wavered, nor will it ever be supplanted by new inventions or technology. He further submits that wisdom is the glue to all other leadership qualities. The guest of godly wisdom seems to be too indefinable to be pursued. I would like to submit that any leader, if it does not have the tripartite alliance, will fall short. This is what we would like to survey. And we have people such as Dr. Msengana, who's going to talk to us on the leadership style of Pastor Titi Bandla. We will have Professor M. Gwala, who is our main speaker, who will be talking on our topic today, Effulgence and Pitfalls of Leadership. Sesiqalile asokuqala. May God bless you all.
Siyabulela kakhulu kwi-district pastor yethu, who is also our coordinator, Pastor Lamani. We are going to, I think Umfundisi Lamani has put it plainly why we are here. It is our second memorial lecture, and he has explained to us the reason for the second memorial lecture. I'm going to make a few announcements, and then we are going to have an item so that this is implement the first announcement at the back. On my left, your right, ladies, ne? The ladies' restrooms on my left. On my right is a gentleman. And then we are on level 3 of the lockdown, and we are currently experiencing the third wave. So please keep your mask at all times. The third request ending so one in the far left and one in the far right. And let us please fill up zitulo front. So it's only 2 people per chair, far left and far right. Usadamo will give us an item, we implement that, and then we move forward with the program.
All right, we're starting Goma, Itulo. So Itulo. We're starting Itulo number 216. 216. Ndetwa andindetwa Yesu emingako. 2. Ndetwa andindetwa ku Yesu emingako. Dihlala ndona bile kuba ekufuphi akukho sizungu uYesu sisihlobo yena akaguquki kusep ekuphele ay 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 andindetwa ay 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 andindetwa watinge ke andishiye yemgeke andishiye ndetwa ay 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 andindetwa ay 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 andindetwa watingeke andishiye yengeke andishiye ndetwa dina andidina tayama kum Yesu upumlo lapaka teluya divu
undinika amandla ndibambelela kuye anditsine yena ay 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 andindedwa ay 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 andindedwa wathi ngeke andishiye ngeke andishiye ndedwa ay 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 andindedwa ay 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 ndindedwa wathi ngeke andishiye ngeke andishiye ndedwa linda ndilindile uthima ndilinde ndithi inkosi ilibele phina mnandi ewe mnandi ndizelelu vuyo isiseko sexabiso uvuyo lwenkosi ay 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 andindedwa ay 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 andindedwa wathi ngeke andishiye ngeke andishiye ndedwa ay 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 andindedwa ay 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 andindedwa wathi ngeke andishiye ngeke andishiye ndedwa.
As we all know that leadership is a very important aspect of our lives, and not only in church setting or in communities, but also in personal lives. To each and everyone. So we are going to have Dr. Msengana, who is going to be speaking to us as our first speaker for today. Dr. Msengana is going to be connecting with us virtually. He is going to speak to us about relating to our Pastor Baitu, the late Pastor Bandla and the late Pastor Pekana. I'm just waiting for him to come on the screen. He's going to be connecting with us virtually. We are going to have our first interview with him. Maybe while we wait for Dr. Msengana to come up, I'd like to invite the two families, because shortly after him, sizobane interview with the families. Sine families ezitu apa, the Bandla family, which is sitting on my left, and the Pekana family, which is sitting on my right. We are going to invite the two families to come up front. We are going to have an interview with the families. They are going to be taking us through their experience with these two pioneers, how they related with them in their personal lives, at church, and in the community. We are trying to get hold of Pastor Msengana. Dr. Msengana, sorry. Technology, okay, he's here. Dr. Msengana?
Yes, ma'am. Good morning. Can you hear me?
Okay. Yes, I can hear you, Doctor, but
Thank
I'm
you.
not sure if the people can hear you. Just give me 1 second. Okay. Dr. Msengana?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, my sister, how are you?
I am well, thank you. Welcome to our second memorial lecture.
Thank you.
We are going to give you about 15 minutes to speak to us
That's
about
little.
leadership.
All right, good morning. Good morning, saints. Can you hear me? Can you see me? That's the... Okay, thank you. Good morning, saints. Thank you for inviting me to and coming out to this memorial lecture. And I'm going to be speaking, addressing myself to my admirer and mentor, Umfundisi Uditi David Themba Bandla. Yes, I knew Umfundisi Pekana, a wonderful man of God, but I hadn't been asked to to gather some information about him. The information I have is around Pastor Bandla. But I do want to say what a wonderful man of God Pastor Pekana was. He was also one of my mentors and admirers. But I will address myself to Kakuluku Pastor Bandla, and I want to say hello to the Pekana family and say what a wonderful man of God that he was. I'd also want to say a few words, a special word of gratitude, of thanks to Pastor Mzwandile Lamani for his vision, for his purpose and direction in galvanizing, inspiring energy and resources within the Cape Conference in order to recognize the contribution of Adventist stalwarts like Pastor Pekana, no Pastor Bandla. These men of God worked tirelessly to spread the gospel in the erstwhile Southern Conference area. Their efforts have had a stunning advance in the evangelistic outreach programs, as well as the proliferation of structured preaching, as well as preaching material. I'm humbled and challenged and privileged as well to reflect on the life of my admirer and mentor, Pastor D.T. Bandla. I dare say that such a listing is not just mere speculative fancy. This man of God, I will never be able to come close to detailing the enormous work that he did for the Lord. Indeed, it would be hard to overestimate his influence on my life. As I grew older, I realized that his character, his integrity, his humility and generosity was one that became a model for my life. I'd like to, on the outset, to recognize that the certain people. I'd like to recognize the Bandla family, Pastor I.M. Bua, our conference president, Dr. J. Papu, for the invaluable information they've given me to put together this lecture. And I also want to recognize the help that I got from Pastor Mbunelo. Pastor Bandla, just quickly, if you look at his life history, usuka emabeleni kwindaba yaseMcFarlane etolofini in Alice in the Eastern Cape. Apho omabandla omzinyathi ojola omaneli ngamabhele olanga lokulunga qunta mafu khuboni dlambulo. I'm trying to warm up myself. Omadibandlela izinto ezidibe nendlela le. Upastor Bandla ke quickly, his grandfather, Maphasa, who had 3 sons, Umoke, Ujola, Nodaiman. Very, very little is known about sorry, can you hear me? Very little is known about Umogen. But the second born, Ujola, he was Zala Ubafo Nomatu. Nabo, they're very difficult to trace. Udaimani, the youngest, uzale ukoliti nombozo. Umbozo yena wazala uyise kamfundisi uBandla, uDT. Wazala uSimon Mkhopo. uSimon, who went on to marry uRose. Aba tike nabo bazala abantwana bathathu. I'm trying to summarize a long history. Bazala abantwana bathathu, bazala uMalangeni Benjamin, bazala uNozvelele Catherine, bazala uNdondo uDavid Themba Bandla. Ngelishwa ke uyise kaMfundisi uBandla died when uMfundisi uBandla was only 3 years of age. Wasala ke umama wakhe uRose naba bantwana bathathu kunye nabantwana abanye abathathu baka-sister wakhe who were left in her care. Soon she realized that she had to relocate back to KwaMelani because she could not cope looking after 6 children. She tried, she looked for work and found work as a domestic, but she realized that she had to go back home where her family was. When she got back home, KwaMelani, brother Lwake, Umbekeni, was a teacher in an Adventist primary school. And so how interesting this is that Umbekeni became the first teacher Kamfundisi uBandla, KwaMelani. But however, bad luck struck because the school could not proceed because of financial challenges. DT was then sent to to continue with his lower primary education. He so loved school that his mother sent him to Hilltown. So he had to travel, he had to walk over 20 kilometers daily to Enqokwebe. This was too hard for the little feet of a child. So Umamake realized that no, Amakamtumele Elafdale, where he completed his standard 6. Uthe kuba imali yayinqabile ezonsuku, uMfundisi uBandla could not continue with his education. Utata phakathi ke utata uDaiman wamolusa. Took him to initiation school, wamolusa. Thereafter, Ibele came to Cape Town to seek work. Ufike lapha eKapa, wafumana umsebenzi, sebenza egarden. And then later he found work as a waiter in various hotels in Cape Town. Then he landed a job Godfrey as in the electrical department. Then Aladdin wasebenza in the electrical environment until Stellenbosch attaining family business. And all this happened between 1942 to 1952, where eventually he got his electrical certificate. And I think it's important to stress this because it came handy. It was handy for the church because in 1962, Umfundisi uBandla was able to electrify iChanqele. So abantu ababefunda iChanqele after 62 must be grateful to Umfundisi uBandla because umbane uze noMfundisi uBandla. Raised in a village in the Eastern Cape, ekhuliswa ngumama, a pious mother who believed in a discipline, believed in God, led a godly life. Pastor Bandla, it is small wonder that he became a soldier of the cross. Again, in 1947, just quickly running through his background, in 1947, now Kumbula Ababe Badal, that in that year, King George of England visited South Africa, and while he was in South Africa, Umfundisi Bandla was working in Cape Town. He received a telegram from home to say that his mother was gravely ill. Now, okay, Umfundisi Bandla kwakumnandi kakhulu apha eKapa. So wayebubutshipa wena apha eKapa, because he also took to dancing, and he was very good at it, and he became an accomplished dancer. So kwakumnandi eKapa, engagoduki njalo. So itiyawufika le telegram wabaleka aqonda makagoduke. When he arrived in kwaMelani in Alice, he discovered, to his pleasant surprise, that his mother was well. There was nothing wrong with her. But Sister Wake had sent this telegram because she had seen a beautiful lady. Awathi xa imdescribe wathi intle le ntombi ingathi ngunodoli waseJapan. And I tell you, when Umfundisi Bandla saw uMagaba, kuthiwa his mouth was left gaping wide. For a second or two, he was shell-shocked. He could not believe what he saw. Soon, Umfundisi Bandla noMagaba, they exchanged pictures. Umfundisi Bandla, he proposed marriage. Proposed marriage, and Utato Pakati wakhe, Utato Daimane, secured a ngenkomo zakhe awayenazo. So they were engaged. Walile ke khawulezile, in January 19th, 1949, there was a wedding. Wavala isikolo Umfundisi Bandla noMagaba. Isikolo, the Presbyterian primary school, had to close down that day because there was this wedding. Miriam Feni no David Temba Bandla. And then komtshato akakhawulezanga ugoduka uzeKapa. Ke wahlala phaya hamba imbizo zelali, and exoxa phaya used to have intellectual discussions there. It was there that utatomkhulu uTshetshi discovered him. Wabona lo mfana uliciko uxoxayo kwesimbizo. And Utatu Cheche was an evangelist, Adventist evangelist, and so he started Bible studies with him. But Uditi was not an easy catch because he was still steeped in the Presbyterian religion that he had acquired a Loveday. So, kwacakuba ngokufika ixesha lokuba makabuyele eKapa, Utatu Cheche wambiza wathi hamba phela, hamba yiKapa. You know, ungawudubula umnenge apha kwaMelani, kodwa for sure uyakubamba eKapa. Those were prophetic words, meaning that you can shoot and wound an animal here kwaMelani, and only to catch it in Cape Town. It was really prophetic, because when he got to Cape Town, izihlobo zika uCheche awayeconnectene nazo invited him to an evangelistic campaign that Umfundisi Ntwana was running in Cape Town. So he attended, and the message was so compelling that Ibele could not resist anymore. So he gave his heart to the Lord. Immediately when he had done so, they went for Umakaba. Umakaba was an easy catch. She was an easy catch because as a Baptist, there were certain doctrines that resonated with her. Ezenza into yoba kube lula into yokuba I accept the message yamasala. So in 1950, both David and Miriam were baptized. Immediately thereafter, because David had understood the message, he looked for his friends. He went all over looking for Utatu Damoy, Utatu Mchel, Utatu Mbaza, Useka Mfundisi Mbaza, who was a previous president of the conference, Utatu Isaac Ndeyi Mvangelu Tamaku, Utatu Njanyan. And all of these, he studied with them, and they converted, and they became Adventists. He was not satisfied. He looked for Utatu Zuba, Notatu Sitsela. And he was pleasantly surprised to discover that they had already become Adventists. So they formed a formidable team that lighted up, and every Sabbath they would go to retreat, and they would go to Kenilworth. They would go right up to Simonstown. And in that work, they came across Umfundisi Uhoho, who he was already an Adventist. Umfundisi Uhoho ke wayese uhlehla kancinci apha enkonzweni, but they lovingly and gently called him back into the fold. He agreed. And in no time, they discovered what a powerful resource he was because of his capabilities and knowledge of the gospel. So with him, they were a mighty team. And they realized that, hey, this man, Umfundisi Uhoho, he is a pastor material. So they encouraged him to go and study at Bethel, promising to finance him. So in 1953, both Upele and Umfundisi Uhoho enrolled at Bethel College to study theology. As bad luck would have it, in mid-1953, rose really and genuinely and died. And Umfundisi Bandla had to return. Before he died, she was very ill. So Umfundisi Bandla had to return to Alice, took her mother to Victoria Hospital, where she was diagnosed with advanced TB. And Umfundisi Bandla prayed for his mother. And while he was praying, his mother took hold of his hands and blessed him for the work that he was about to do, the work of the Lord. Wathi kuye, my child, I had hoped that you would become a teacher, but God has called you to do work for him. Wathi ke akunani, even though you are not the minister of the Presbyterian Church, zonke mntanam zithungela eselweni elinye. And then Umfundisi Bandla had to go back to Bethel to continue with his studies. Not long thereafter, the mother died. Unfortunately, Umfundisi Bandla could not attend the funeral. And you can imagine how painful that must have been. Umfundisi Bandla graduated at Bethel the following year, in 1954, and he was placed at the East London district, where he was there until 1959. There were many places there that he went to. He went to King Williamstown. He, in fact, came to Cape Town from 59 to 61. He came to the Cape Town, and then from 61, he was placed at King Williamstown. As he arrived in King Williamstown, he was sent to Solusi to do a year-long leadership course. And as he arrived in King Williamstown, he had to leave his family behind to go in and do the course. And then he came back to pastor that area until 1966. But there's another important thing. In 1962, he was asked to hold the position of field president, because Umfundisi Sojola, who was then the president, had to do the same course that he had completed as Solus. And I want to also mention the fact that in 1961, he had obtained his marriage license. And his first marriage wedding that he conducted was a wedding of Ubud Nelson Tibini and Mrs. Noneva Matigani. That was in 1961. Then he went to various places that I will not bore you with. There were very many places that he went to complete, to do his work as Umfundisi, as well as an evangelist. He went to Craddock, he went to Port Elizabeth, he went to King Williamstown, he went to Mdantsane, he came to Gugulethu here, he went to Fort Beaufort, and all of these places he did do a lot of campaigns. Now, Umfundisi Bandla's interest was not only that of pastoring and looking after the flock. That was very important to him. But also important to him were church buildings. Where he went, he encouraged construction of church structures, because he believed that the captive market, that is, the people that we present the message to, are already worshiping in church buildings. And now to try and get those people to come and worship in schools was really quite a challenge for them. But he not only encouraged church buildings, but he also encouraged the maintenance thereof. He was a man ahead of his time. Pastor Bandla, in his work, a long work, he also served a TOC, where he did a lot of good work. There, I was told by Pastor, our president, that there at TOC he did wonderful work. He did lay training, something that had not been there. He put together a structured lay training program, because he realized that the pastors had the advantage of seminars where their pulpit or preaching skills were sharpened. And also pastors had resource material that they could use in order to strengthen their preaching skills. So he did that, as well as he agitated, he was an activist, I must say. He agitated for the, and it was not a TOC, it was Trans-Oranje Field then. He encouraged them to work towards a conference status, which the brethren embraced, and soon the Trans-Orange Field became the first Black conference in South Africa, followed by the Cape Field and the Natal Field. Umfundisi Bandla displayed a wonderful burden. There were three things, Umfundisi Bua said to me, he's going to just highlight three principles, because he realized that I could get a lot of information about the work that he did, but he concentrated on 3 broad principles. One, the principle was that Umfundisi Bandla had an interest in expanding the pastoral workforce by encouraging young men to go and do ministry. Ngalo maxesha ke uthi Umfundisi uBhuwa, pastors babephetheke kabuhlungu kakubi emabandleni, and pastors were complaining about the treatment. But nonetheless, he encouraged them to continue to work for the Lord, such that he was able to influence uDr. O.T. Mngibisa, Umfundisi uMaqengana, noMfundisi I.M. Bhuwa to go and read theology, and they later became pastors. The second principle was about the church, and he was determined to encourage the construction of church buildings wherever he went. I've mentioned this point. He mentioned also that he had a heart burden for souls, particularly those who had fallen. He never stood in the pulpit to make disparaging remarks about any of them. Instead, his burden was for their upliftment and forgiveness. Umfundisi uBhuwa says he can remember I remember in instance ndijongile apho eGugulethu, there was a brother abazalwane babefuna ukumhla ngamazinyo, and uBandla spread his hands over this dear brother. As a result, lo mzalwane remained in the church, wasweleka elapha enkonzweni ngenxa yenkathalo kaMfundisi uBandla. The third principle was that Umfundisi uBandla allowed people to exercise freedom of choice. Even in his home, he would not force anyone to do whatever. You know, ndingo I am ndandi ifuna intombi kaBandla enkulu Pelekazi, ndifuna ukulithatha ndilenze inkosikazi. Kodwa landakalela Pelekazi, landala ndikhaba. Umfundisi uBandla never tried to force uNompumelelo uba andivume. Athi ke kum, anditsho okokuba uze uyothetha ngaloo nto pha xa uthetha ngala 16th. Uthi ndaliwa nguNompumelelo. Kodwa umfundisi uBandla did not intervene. Wamyeka umntana wazenzela i-decision yakhe. Umfundisi uAmyesena, in describing Pastor Bandla, he described him as his mentor and one who possessed strong nerves and good health. He expressed his views fearlessly with candor and unrelenting fortitude. And because of the positions that he took, Utu Umfundisi Umvunelo, DT became unpopular with the leadership of the time. Once he was called names. Once he was called to a meeting in East London, and there he was confronted by the leadership, the then leadership. As he came out, the young ministers, and he said to them, "Brethren, we need men and women who can stand for the right." You know, I've been accused here of being a politician. Now you can imagine in those days, a black man to be described as a politician. If it came to the ears of the special branch, that man would have been in difficulties. Umfundisi, our president, Dr. Papu, Dr. Jongimpi Papu spoke in very glowing terms about Ibele's contribution. That UDT, when he was a departmental director responsible for evangelism at TOC, he initiated this training program for elite that was just revolutionary. He had participated in the family enrichment training, of which I too was part, and he had wonderful teachings there that we learned from Pastor Bandla. I want to say, as I conclude, there are just a few things that I want to highlight that stand up for me in Ngomfundisi Bandla. One, that his prayer life. I believe that the hallmark of Pastor David Temba Bandla's lifetime was the centrality of prayer in his life. He communed daily with God and spent hours in prayer interceding for the cause of Christ. He would pray earnestly for his beloved family, for his flock, for his colleagues, for church leaders. He knew that Christ and the apostles' lives were marked by God-centered prayer. DT believed that prayer was an indispensable part of their lives. He would say, prayer is the air we as pastors believe, without which we would suffocate. Mfundisi Bandla was a preacher. He was a committed preacher. He committed to expository preaching and preached with an earnestness and energy that was warmly received even by us as students. I remember in 1964, as a student at Bethel, he was invited there, and I had arrived at Bethel in 63, in March in 63, after being kicked out of Loveday. And he came in 1964. And I tell you, he finished me off with his preaching. His preaching was simple and straightforward, and it was filled with illustrations. I was wondering, when this man came on the pulpit, he had these enormous Bibles. He had many Bibles that he was carrying, and I couldn't understand. I said, are we coming to a lecture or to a service here? And he preached in such a manner from various Bibles he would quote, and one would get a good sense of what the verse was all about. He did not pander to human applause. His pastoral leadership and decision-making was based upon the principle of "Thus saith the Lord." When he preached, one had no doubt that his goal was to preach the uncompromised truth of the word of God. Pastor Bandla touched me by his exemplary life. His greatest gift for me is his godly example. He had an exemplary life of faith and faithfulness. Faithfulness to the Lord and his Master Jesus Christ. Faithfulness to the Word of God. Faithfulness to his marriage vows. Faithful in pastoring and preaching the Word. His example of faithfulness is what we are now called to emulate in these last days before Christ comes. I must say, as I close, that I know that Mfundisi Bandla, Ibele, would not want me to paint a picture of him as a perfect man. He was not. He would often quote John Newton's words, to us and say, two things I remember. I am a sinner, and Christ is the greatest Savior. As I said earlier, he was dedicated to family life. He taught me many lessons on family life. As a soldier of the cross, Pastor Bandla rested in February 2013 after a short illness, and he retired in Port Elizabeth. But no soon had he stepped off the work of full-time ministry, he was invited by the erstwhile Good Hope Conference. And Pastor Ryan, executive, called him to come and look after ibandla elokuthiwa ihamba nathi. At that time, in the early 90s, we had a group of us had been agitating for unity. There were 3 racially based conferences, and we were agitated. We agitated very strongly for the unity of the church in the Cape Province. The agitating was so strong that at one time, the vice president, Elder Matthew Bidiako, had to come, invited by the union, had to come and listen to our plea. We had a meeting in Stellenbosch that began on Saturday evening after Sabbath, and that meeting went on until the early hours, in fact, 5 o'clock on Sunday morning, where we were talking about this issue of the measure. And Pastor Bandla was there, together with Pastor Alan Christmas and another agitator, Timothy Hussein. They were there, but they were chased out of the meeting, but they simply took chairs and sat outside. And I tell you, on that day, when we were arguing, Pastor Bandla was a wonderful resource for me. He would pass notes to me about church policy. He would send piercing questions for me to ask around this matter of the measure. Finally, the soldier of the cross rested, waiting for the coming of the Lord. And at the time of his passing, he had delivered his submissions and response to Oakwood College on women emancipation in the church. He wrote a book based on women ordination, which has not yet been published. And I want to say the Bandla family are grateful to the Lord for according him the privilege to serve God in God's vineyards. If I were to describe Utatu Bandla in a simple biblical phrase, it would be that he was a man of God. Or in the words spoken to Daniel, he was a man greatly beloved of the Lord. He walked with God. And those of us who knew him will remember him as a man of godly conviction and persuasion. I learned valuable lessons from him. You too, my friend, can learn from his legacy. We can learn to love each other with a greater love. We can learn to have a greater humility, understanding that we are nothing without Christ. We can learn that the simple things of life are those that really matter. We can learn that this life is not about us. It's all about Jesus Christ, our Lord, Master, and Savior. That was the life of David Themba Bandla. It was all about Jesus Christ. That is the type of life I too desire to have. I thank you.
We would like to thank Dr. Msengana for such an informative presentation and informative lecture. I am sure we have all learned something from the life of Pastor Bandla. He is a doctor Anyway, there are two things that I've picked up as the MV comes up to give us an item. There are two things that I've picked up, that as a leader, you don't wake up in the morning and then you are eventually where you want to be. We have seen from the life of Mfundisi Bandla that he started from the bottom. And what I've picked up from what Dr. Msengana was presenting to us is that as he was going through the different experiences that led him to become a pastor, he learned something that he practiced when he was a pastor. He brought Umbane to Echanglele, which is something that he did learn as a pastor, but he learned in his journey to become a pastor. Maybe we can also learn that for us to be great leaders, we should not forget our experiences that we went through yesterday, but we should learn to help us to become better leaders. And one other thing that I picked up that I liked very much, I will stop speaking when MMV is up front. One other thing that I learned and that I wanted to pick out from his life is that he did not wait for people to applaud him, because he knew that the applause were not for human, but they were from God. Sometimes we get discouraged as leaders, and what discourages us is that we wait for people to applaud us. But that was not so with the life of Pastor Bandla. After MMV gives us two items, we would like the family to come up. I will have on my left the Bandla family and on my right the Pekana family.
When Namlinde was a Zion, kuining obusuku, liapuma na ikwezi, iapela ninsasa, payagude kukazimla imita, Kazimla imita nakukukanya kusiza masichoti na sonke siboni kwezi lipuma lilikheli kazimla ibangcwele niyakhululwa nina ibangcwele niyakhululwa nina. Siko keleje ngomalus, singwe nanjalo kosi. Salus elequelo delo, sakele ushanti. Yesu wetu, wasitenda wapela. Yesu wetu, Yesu wetu, wasitenga kwa pela. Singapha komhlobo wethu, sigcine endleleni, sikhusele esonweni, sifune sakunxaxa. Yesu wetu, Yesu wetu, sive sakuthandaza. Yesu wetu, Yesu wetu, sive sakuthandaza. Wena uthe wasamkela, noxa sizinsizana, unenceba nobabalo, sidlambe ngamandla akho. Yesu wetu, Yesu wetu, siyabuya ngokunje. Yesu wetu, Yesu wetu, siyabuya ngokunje.
Logama ke family kaBandla isiza kwelicala nefamily kaPekama masibazisa ke ngeculo. Uyesu yandikhokhela ngeyakhe intuthu 33 gelo nako konke ndikwenza yo isandla sakhe sikokumuyandikhom la uyesu ngaso esakhe isandla ndiza kumlandela ke mna ekubene ndikhokhela noba kumnyama kuthethu nasemanzini enkathazo andinanto ithusayo kuba ungaphambili kwam uyandikhala uyesu ngaso esakhe isandla ndiza kumlandela ke mna ekubene ndikhokhela andikhali Nkosi ndiyaqinisela kuko konke ndiyavuya ekube uyandikhokhela uyandikhola uyesu mngasom esakhe isandla ndiza kumlandela ke mna benendikhokhela wakuphela umsebenzi ngawe Yesu ndingoyisa andikoyika ukufa uYesu endikhokhela uyandikhola uYesu ngaso esakhe imsandla ndiza kumlandela ke mna ekubene
as well that are not here physically with us, who are joining us on Facebook and YouTube. As we have advertised in the poster and as we have explained when we started, we are going to have a very short presentation, interview, but a very informative one. We are trying to get to know the lives of Pastor Bandla and Pastor Pekana. We have the families here with us, but we have other people that know Pastor Bandla and Pastor Pekana that are not here physically with us, that will be joining us virtually. The people that will be joining, we have the likes of Pastor Nia, we have Elder Lamani, we have other people that will also be telling us about these pioneers. But before we even get to that, in case there are family members that don't know who I am Sipose Tututu. I am your host today. And I would like the families to introduce themselves. We will start with the Bandla family on my left and then the Pekana family on my right.
Abantwana efamilini basibhozo baliza abantwana basibhozo ndiyavuya kuba abazubhomsa awe bathi uthi utata ungafiki okanye ngaphansi siyalelana 88 babengahleli mafungasho nompumelelo ndilandelwa ngunomakhwezi unomakhwezi ke yena ke ngumrs Thembani okwangoku kakapha seScotland wayeqale ngaphosa alandelwe ngumthuthuzeli kwakuthiwa nguJoseph bayimazi bayithi nguJoe yena wasishiya ngo-1982 balandelwe nguRoselina uRose owathiwa ngegama likamakhulu kwathiwa Rose kwaphinde kwathiwa noMathemba ekhe kwatsho kwathi utata kunenkani utata ke lo alandelwe nguPhumla uPhumla wenguMrs Jordan yena usishiye ngo-1982 hayi xolo ngo-2009 ngo-2009 andava ndikunantoni emva kwakho ukuphumla ibe nguthandiwe nam ingathi ngumini ufana nomama akhe gqithi Thandiwe ke ongumisi simanyashi siyambona kuba kumanyashi ngaphaya kulandela ibhele inyama lithengathi nguyise uvuyo uRoslina ke uRoslina kunye noNantsika novuyo baxele ngeRhawutini baseRhawutini ngoku balandele ke last born uAndile yena ushiye ngo-2019
Enkosi kakhulu mama. Siyabona uba the Bandla family bekukhona abantwana basibhozo and the Pekana family also has 8 children. It's going to be an interesting interview to find the balance between these two families. But let us have the Pekana family introduce themselves as well.
Ndibulisa ibandla nomuntu wonke olapha elihle igama lika Yesu. Amen.
Amen.
Lo uthethayo ke sisizukulwana. Ngumzukulwana kaMfundisi uPekana. Igama ndinguNkosinathi Jafta. Njengoba beseyitshile ke umafungwashe kwela cala nakwabandla. Yabona ke abebefundisi bakudala babengadlali. Umfundisi uPekana utata omkhulu ke kum naye benabantwana abayi-8. Ingaba omama abayi-6 plus abafana ababini. Umafungwashe ke ngumama wam which is uNosipho. Uye ke ulapha ecaleni kwam i-firstborn. Kulandele omalume bam bobabini uMeyisi noPhumelele abasekho ke. Kodwa ke bakhona xa sijonga i-congregation. Ukhona usandungena ngoku umntana kaMeyisi plus ukhona nomkhwenyana ubrother Nelani otshate nomntana kaMeyisi. Ukhona ke owesithathu I think owesine yayinguSisthelma zange ndambona ke. Ababaziyo kwaPekana wamka nolwandle zange angcwatywe nongcwatywa. Then ibe nguSisintsiki ibe nguSisiphumla sinaye nathi uphumla ndiyayibona nyani kuzabe zingquzulana namhlanje. NguSisiphumla Pekana unabantwana ke naye njengoba sibona ubongiwe kwelicala umntana intombi i-firstborn yakhe. Olandelayo ibe nguSisintsiki sengithwala ke ngoku watshatela eSwazini. Olandelayo ibe nguNomasabatha watshatela kwaMbenenge. And then okugqibela ibe nguZanele watshatela kwaMtshali. Ndicinga uba ke mandime nam kuloo ndawo.
We are very grateful for the introductions. I want to understand, maybe from the Pekana family first, who was Pastor Pekana? Dr. Msengana tried to give us a brief. He tried to give us who he was, but we could pick up that he's giving us information of who he was in the field. But I want to know who he was at home, who he was in the family setting, and how he related with you as his children, as his grandchildren.
Utata umuntu onothando kakhulu ebantwaneni bakhe nakunkosikazi yakhe. Mhlawumbi ndingaqala apho. Azange khe sikhule sisazi utata njengomuntu besisazi yena ukuthi ibingumuntu street. Xa ethethile into utata athe le into mayingenziwa utshilo loo nto. Bathi nje utata engekamana akupanishe engakaqala akubonishe. So
So ixesha elininzi ke uye uziphephise wena ngokuthi xa seyebonishile wazi ukuthi there's no second time. Uyisinyama zakho endleleni before ufumane i-punishment ngoba xa sekayikunika le punishment akuye kungabi mnandi. Ebengangumntu obethayo ixesha elininzi ke koko. Ebezama ngayo yonke indlela. Utata ebengengumntu othi umama eSpanish eseyena uthethe into. They would always stick to one thing. Umangaba umthetho wasekhaya kuthiwa alitshoni ilanga kungekho mntu. Kukho umntu ongekhoyo ekhaya. Uwafika igate ivaliwe. In fact, uba ufike ebusuku umntu akekho noyi-1 lapha endlini ozawukwazi ukuvulela laa mntu angene. Uzawulala apha phandle. Esisazi ke thina sikhule sisazi ngoba xa kwaqala kwalayita ii-lights esitratweni ungekho. Nditsho sesikhulile nditsho mna I remember an occasion apho ubhuti wam uPhumelele watshata. uPhumelele ebesenenkosikazi ngelo xesha. Ebenomkhuba ke wokuhle asela ngoba ebedlala ibhola. Hlesela etshaya. So he made the decision xa kuthiwa utata uzawutshintshwa atshintshelwe back to eMthatha. Because ebesazi into yoba kukho umthetho phaa ekhaya. Because ebezama uziyeka ezi zinto athi uyazama ehluleke. Wadicide ukuthi ngoba besithi bamtshintshela apha nje utata, I'll be the first one to occupy a room phaa endlini ekhaya, trying to get rid of the bad habits. But I'll be the first one ndizawufika. Bawuthi befika bona nezabo izinto mna ndibe sendine-room. Because ebesazi into yoba xa ndiphaa ekhaya soze ndibuye kumnyama. Nditsho umntu otshatileyo mna.
All right. So I think we get the idea of him being a strict father. We have. I don't know if you are picking up the common ground. When we were listening to Dr. Msengana, he spoke of Pastor Bandla as also being a very strict father, as also being a very strict man of God. I want to know from the Bandla family, how has being raised by a very strict parent shaped your lives? How has it shaped you to become the people that you are today? And we have a lot of young people that are complaining about strict parents and them limiting them. Did it benefit? Did having a strict father benefit you? Did it limit you? Are you here today because you have had that experience?
I think ngenza uthetha ngendaba yokuqalisa imfundo because indlela ekusokoleke ngayo ukufunda kwethu, the only way we could see ukuthi kukhona indlela esinophumelela ngayo okanye sibheke phambili ebomini ukuba siqinisele emfundweni. So I remember kuyaqala kwethu kuya e-Fort and abantu bokuqala kuya e-Fort number 5 uphumla kwalandela mna 79 uphumla kwalandela 1980. Yela xesha ke school fees I think it was about 850 for the year. But that was a lot of money for them. And that 850 included both accommodation nokutya plus tuition. So besithi sihamba ekhaya i-550 which was the deposit utata beseyikhokelisile ngaphambili. I-toiletry would be for the 6 months, so some expected a box the toiletry. And that had to tie us up for 6 months. If sitting train by younger around Puma, utata uzaza efumbethe esandleni ndim nophumla ke ngo-1980 uzasifumbathisa. Into esifumbathiswayo yi-10 rand. That 10 rand funeka isibambe ukusukela kuJanuwari yotsho kuJuni xa sokungena ekhaya. Because apha phakathi enyakeni nge-Easters ayikho imali yogoduka. basically campusing because you're allowed to stay on campus, especially on the Kasuka. And then on top of that, abanye bantwana xa befumana imali because kuphuma i-telegram sibekwe phaa edayini khona thina besingawajongi isiphumo esikhupha ngokujonga umuntu lofunda because siyayazi uba asinanto esiyilungeleyo. Thina imali sawufumana imali ngoJuni xa kuvalwa isikolo, and naxa xa kuvalwa izikolo niba neentsuku enisityelwayo ukuba by this time funeka nibe seningesekho apha ecampusini because the meals are no longer catered for. I even remember one time imali ingafikanga kwanyanzeleka uba mandihambe ndibheke eofisini eMonti eMdantsane apho ndabolekwa imali khona uba mandikwazi ugoduka. So iindaba zobu-strict neendaba zokungabikho kwemali, one thing that kept us motivated ukuthi sikwazi ukuze siphile ubomi obusabufana nabanye abantwana kukuba hlala esikolweni, because ekuhlaleni kwakho esikolweni ikhona noko ibithengwa ozalifumana ngaphambili. And ngaphezu koko, even though there were so many other things that we could not get because siyazi imeko uba injani, esikolo yona inkqenkqeza phambili akho loo mntana ekhaya ukhe wagqithwa ngenxa yokuba singekho i-school fees beyibhatala kakho imali ye-school fees.
Okay, thank you so much. Pastor Bandla and Pastor Pekana are pastoring for the first time during the apartheid era. Now, black people are the minority at the time, and there are not a lot of opportunities. How did the two pastors, the Pekana family can answer this question first, how did they balance their lives and make sure that they are exposing you to the opportunities as a family, especially as they are children, give you the Christian education, and how did they balance their life during that era, in the church space and in the family space?
So the movement of the Rumbus, Koko Mandici, and the Yas Baba Mandici, and Mama, in Havan, Band, now started was a voting card. How did they manage? Because in Tina card, just it's like the and that's how this is like the that in the card, then we got 51, next we got 52, Upumela we got 53, Upumela, Utelma we got 54, we got 5. Upumla we got 56, Ulsiki we got 58, Ustav we got 60, 61, Musa we got 60. Mhlawumbi ke aba balapha egqibeleni kuba ndiyayibona ikhona igebe, kodwa thina kwakunzima nyhani futhi. And thina besendina yayindinomeyisi ndiphumelele ndiphetha ebhese ngexesha eliyi-1. Andiyazi imali utata wayeyirhola yayimali, utata ke wayenemoto ezithethayo. Izinto ezinye zazo esiziva ngoku sesibadala ngaye, utata wayengumntu. And ke kudala ke I suppose abantu abadala sasingababuzi thina abazali bakwenzeka ntoni okanye kwakutheni kwathi ndibona kweli xesha labantwana be-modern C ufuna i-information enintsi efunwa ebazalini, abantwana bakwazi ukubuza baphinde baphendule ngababuza. Dala ngothi uyabuza into enintsi kuthiwa curious uzayenda nto iphelele apho umntana okunganele. So andikwazi ke sisi uphendula umbuzo othi babesenza kanjani ngaphandle koba ndisendithi nje, ootata babexhomekeke babene-statement ndizoba God will provide. And he did provide. Kuba ke safunda zange sagqithwa esikolweni kuthiwa asibhatalanga. Zange sasihlupheka ke, zininzi izinto esasizinqwenela njengamntu wonke esasingakwazi ukuzifumana. Njengoba esithi babenika i-R10. Thina sasipakishelwa owethu umphako zazingekho neento ze-team staff, wazirhalela uzibone ebantwaneni bongarhawuti iifune neentoni. Thina sasitya ukutya kwasesikolweni qwaba ke, ayikho enye into sasibanethemba layo. Namafutha, ingqusho ofike edayini abantwana bephetha sasingenazo thina bonke ezo. Thina njebana ninika i-R10, thina sasiyi-4 ebhetele. Mna ndandinikwa i-R5 for 3 months. And njengosithi sasingakwazi noba kuthi kusithiwa abantu banepasi le-ofisini bathi wawungayijongi noyijongi because uyazi noba akho nto ibilive leyo ingaphayo.
Okay. I am getting something that is common, which is very interesting for me. Both of these pastors and even the mothers did not send any telegram. No. So you had to leave at school for 6 months without any communication from your parents. What made you remain faithful to the teachings of these people in their absence for a whole 6 months? Because we can see you here, you are still worshiping the God that was introduced to you. And in the period of 6 months, I mean, if a parent is quiet for 6 months, I can do anything, and greater chances are they're not going to find out about it. How did you stay faithful to the teachings of someone who was silent for a whole 6 months?
Yabona njengoba bona bathi bamanage ebhetele sasingaqali ukubheka ebhetele yathi sifuna ubheka ebhetele wathi bantwana bam niyayazi uba andifuna mabili andiyazi uba nawufika ebhetele nje ngoba andinayo imali kanti uba ndiyakhumbula into yoba ngenye imini utata uthi umfundisi uPekana uthunyelwa ileta kuthiwa u-Osha so much itshawe lakwazi uphendula yanivile lathi itshawe yani eofisini imali ndifumane eofisini thathani school fees senu phaa yonke le mali ndibambayo nishiye uba mandiyithi bathi bafike eofisini bafumanise intoba xa sithatha imali kuyawushiyeka malini bathola bathi tsoka they never said so much awuyeka abantwana babo babekwazi baphendula ukufunda kwethu thina asisazi isihlangu sesikolo ndadi ndongena kwa-6 ndingazange nathi mnahlangu sesikolo siseqonde ngelo xesha kwazwelitsha umpasa kwam u-6 funeka ndongena eGinsberg eForbes Grant Secondary School ndandisasihamba ngenyawo every morning usuka kwazwelitsha siya eForbes ndingasekufunda sasinqumla kuthiwa sesihlonivile singabethwa ngamanansi kufuneke sekujikela ngaphaya yaba zinyanga ze-4 nje kweye-5 inyanga ndagula bayikapele kanti bandiyagula umama athi uyoqina ngomntana uyoqina ndifike ndidinwe xa ndifike esikolweni ndidinwe umama wayestrict umama lonyasikalo zange nobaphangile yayikwa-housewife ingekho nje imali kodwa yayikwa-housewife zange bambomlungu ndizifihle ndolala phantsi kwebhedi ngoba umama wayestrict umama and wayebetha ndidiniwe because andisithathile kwazoke kwambeli kuxesha babona lo mntana iyaphekwethi uthi kanti thiphi ndawulala esibhedlele eWoodbrook Chest Hospital eMonti for the whole 6 months kakubandayo andinayo nto kambatha kuba kwi-street esikolweni funeka i-uniform andinayo ayiphelelanga i-uniform but into eyayisigcina yinto yoba sasithanda uyayazi uba we grew up in a very 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 somethina warm environment sasithanda ekhaya sikuthanda nathi ekhaya andimazi uba ngubani i-favorite kwabana bayi-8 andiyazi uba ngubani wayethanda into endandiyithanda ngoba Utata kaMphumlelo, kaMphumlelo. Abavela nje abantu abavela abantu bathandwa kodwa ke hey kaMphumlelo, kaMphumlelo.
All right.
That's what we like to see.
Okay, yeah, I'm not sure if people are picking up this habit, this trail, that what kept the family amidst of everything that was going on. We were loved at home. And these leaders, I had asked a question prior to this one, that how did they find the balance? And we are finding that at home they were still as nothing. We have a challenge of having leaders today that are great preachers, eloquent in the pulpit, and yet they are monsters at home. I think we are getting something that is so beautiful from this family, that the pastors, the late pastors raised children with love at home first, and that reflected in the church and in the family space. After this question, we are going to try and find out and understand. I understand the family is here, but I want to hear what Mfundisi Uncika thinks of the pastors. I would like to also know, Mfundisi Pekana, Mfundisi Bandla sivile ngayo from Dr. Msengana, that when he was growing up, he went into the farms, then he was into engineering, then later in life he was in Pastor Pekana was always
ngasekhoyo Umfundisi Pekana
something that he met along as he grew older.
Umfundisi Pekana
Did he always want to become a pastor, not just an Adventist pastor, just a pastor in
wayiqala ukufika eqolo
No, it's okay, but Umfundisi Uncika will speak just after the response.
Njengoba beselithi utata wayengachazi, wayengathethi into nangendlela yena ekhaya. Kodwa I know into ukuthi zangazange ngenza.
Okay.
And that's all I know. Uba wadibana kanjani na nomfundisi andinazo ezinkatha zinjani.
Oh, okay. We are going to try and hear from Umfundisi Uncika, trying to zoom in to the lives of these pioneers.
and ngifumana umfundisi uLamani, umfundisi wesithili obakhe nthethe ngale nkonde engasekhoyo umfundisi uPekana ongumzali kum. Umfundisi uPekana ndiqale ukumazi mna xa wayeqala ukufika eqolo eyotolikela umfundisi uNew York kuzanywa ukuwina amakhaladi banawo abengama-Adventist eqolo. Ndandiqala ke umbona umfundisi uPekana ngoko the early 50s ukumbona kwami ngelo xesha umfundisi uPekana. Wmk ke umfundisi uPekana ngelo xesha umfundisi eqolo yayingumfundisi uMankayi ongena endaweni kaMfundisi SK Ntwana. Umfundisi uPekana wayitolika ke apho ketolikela umfundisi uNew York ekwakuthiwa My Desire ngelo xesha. Iyabonakala wayenesipho somtolika ngoba ngo-1956 phaa eKraddock wayitolikela uStuart ekwathi ngelo linge babe nalo ngelo xesha uStuart umfundisi etolika apho umfundisi uPekana kwazuzeka umfundisi uMngqibisa HS Mngqibisa ongasekhoyo ixhego. Umfundisi uPekana uphume esikolweni babe babini eklasini inguye nomfundisi uMyendeki. Bobabini ke ngo-1946 babe bagqiba izifundo zabo eBethel. 1945 bangena emsebenzini kaThixo. Ngene kwakhe emsebenzini uthe wagrunywa ngumfundisi SK Ntwana buyamphawu izimbo zakhe zezikaMfusu Ntwana. Suka Mfusu Ntwana waphindwa wagrunywa kumfundisi uMankayi. Ngamadoda amakhulu ke lawo alenkonzo anefuthe elihle nempembelelo enhle kumfundisi. Ibonakele ke lonto leyo. Selengekho lamadoda impembelelo kaMfusu Pekana yalamadoda kumfundisi Pekana ngoba bingumuntu one principles kakhulu zalapha enkonzweni. Ndivuyiswa ke uthetha ngaye ngoba ikhona intetho noyisingayithatha ndiyothina bantu bazelwa apha eSabatha ekuthiwa zizinkonjane. Inkonjane ke kodwa enyanisekileyo ethembile lapha enkonzweni. Siyavuya ukuba sazi ngoba inkonjane nazo ziyakwazi uba bengibefundisi de zibe kumhlala phansi zithembe inyanisekile zimele le nkonzo i-identity yenkonzo yama-Adventist engangxengwanga. Ibenjalo umfundisi Pekana. Umfundisi Pekana ngumntu ojonge usapho lwakhe. Bantwana bakhe bonke baphela lapha enkonzweni behamba inkonzo. Nkosikazi yakhe ibingumuntu ondilisekileyo enkonzweni. Umfundisi Pekana kuseni benamaxesha ekhayeni lakhe. Kuseni kuyathandazwa, late kuyathandazwa, kuyalalwa. Xesha lokuvuka, xesha lokulala, xesha lokusebenza. Ibinjalo into elakhaya. Zange sityibi sonka sobuvila kuyothenga isonka evenkileni. Beqova umfundisi Pekana noMmk Pekana nabantwana bakhe kutyiwa izonka eziphekwe ngomgubo obrown. Endlini yakhe ngenxa bengumlimi bekutyiwa i-veg fresh evela egadini. Bindoda eyondlayo ikhaya lalo umfundisi Pekana. Wasemoyeni wasenyameni emveni koko. Umfundisi Pekana ube lapha kuthi ke emveni kokuba ke betolika wemka umfundisi uYovu waphindwa wabuyela apha kuthi waba umfundisi apha kuthi eQonce. Ngelo xesha ke umfundisi Pekana wayejonge isithile esikhulu kakhulu ingqushwa, ejonge iQonce, ejonge iMonti, ejonge kwakhona neBofor. Zonke ezo ndawo ebezihamba eqhuba ekhwele ibhayisekili bengenamoto. Uba ke uphoswe itrain esuka eQonce eya eMonti uphandle kuye umfundisi Pekana. Kodwa nje indaba yafuneka inyawo zibhayisekile isakwendawo eyokusenza umsebenzi wakhe ubufundisi. Zange ke aphoze appointments zakhe kwendawo zonke umfundisi Pekana. Umfundisi Pekana kwakhona bengumakhi kwezinkonzo kwezindawo zonke. Bekwe eQonce, wakho eMthatha. Bekwe kakanye eQonce waphinde ubele eQonce. Uphinde wamka wayishe eMthatha waphinde ubele eMthatha. Uyoritharisha eseMthatha umfundisi Pekana uziphile kabini endawo iQonce kunye noMthatha. Wathi retirement yakhe wayithatha eseMthatha umfundisi Pekana. Sebenzike le ndoda umfundisi Pekana ixesha elide safunda into ezinkulu kuye. Okokuqala kwasemoyeni.
Thank you so much. So we are getting two things that seem to be very good traits that Pastor Pekana had. The first is that he did not solely depend on his salary to make sure that his family was being sustained. Umfundisi is mentioning that Pastor Pekana abetold the song. I don't know if the leaders, the priests of the families today, there was now told the song, but it is something that Pastor Pekana did. And what is amazing from what he did is that it is at a time now we have this that we want of the world that we live in today. But at the time when Umfundisi Pekana there was no 50-50, there was a priest and there was umfazi endlini. But we are getting from Pastor here that he was a man that was there to support his wife. It was a man that was there to make sure that the family was being well fed as well. We are picking up from Umfundisi that Pastor Pekana Kumdowa. I don't know what we do, Tina, when we run out of funds, but this man seems to me to be a man that had the health message in mind. I don't know if the family maybe also has an experience or maybe memories about the things that are mentioned by Pastor Nia.
Ngicela ukuphinde ngivele. Yabona utata thina ekhaya azange ke njengoba echilo umfundisi uNciya uthi isonga sokuvilanyane bengasithi azange ke sisithi isonga sevinkili ekhaya. Maybe it was because of besingenayo kahle ke nale mali. But azange ke silambe even nangelo xesha ethukusisi bebehlala bedeze babe bayi-4 eBethel. Bengakhona imali engakanani. But egadini thina we know vegetables abanye abantu abaninzi abangazazi. Thina besisitya o-turnips, sisitya o-brinjal. So from the garden, we would get lettuce, salad. We just figure as it is. There was so much vegetables in Jenna, and I was 10 years. It was for Ababaseleno, Abangeko, Ababala would eat from the garden. If we eat in Gadada, Amakude Akona, the Panama Kude Abemanika, Ismail, the others, Castle coolers, they come of age. It is Kabula what? As he died operating. And he can. One time, not a letter. Composition abayileze esikolweni layifumana nje layifunda wathi mina my grandfather akukhonto ingamhloniphiyo even inkomo negusha zakhe tata would just take them just out of the gate zizandele ziye emadlelweni xa kutshona ilanga azilambwa mntu they know ukuthi sifuna sinekhaya they will come back by themselves zilandelelana kuye zingene ekhaya inyosi zakhe kade benganingi bengenayo outfit yokukhupha inyosi yokukhupha ebevele nje ahamba ezinyosini zakhe avule ibhoksi akhuphe loo nto ayikhuphayo aphinde azivalele and he would take care of those bungeke wabulala inyosi uzawuxabana kakuhle notata xa kubanje azithathe sezihleli phaa zigodola azithathe ezindlini ufike ehleli nazo apha esandleni zide zifudumale zide zizibuyelele ephandle. He was a very kind man.
I am sure we are all picking up this great trait that, you know, when you have an influence, the influence does not only, you don't only share it with your family, but the influence, it goes far and wide. Ukubone endlini in the current household, if your dog or your cat knows how unruly you are as the owner, but we are picking up that Pastor Pekana was such a humble soul. He was such a kind-hearted soul. I've never seen an obedient being. At least in this it's the first time that I hear such an experience. But I think we can all pick up that we had great leaders. I wanted to ask a question before I ask a question to the Bandla family. Amongst us, bangaphi abantu abamaziyo William Miller? Bangaphi abantu abamaziyo Ellen G. White? Just by raise of hands, by show of hands. How many people know Ellen White? How many people know William Miller? Before today and before the memorial lecture, and apart from the family, how many people knew Pastor Pekana? How many people knew Pastor Bandla? I can see that it's not everyone in the house, but we are picking up that these people were not only great leaders, but they have played a huge part in us being the church that we are today. I think, in fact, I believe that we are making history. It is such stories that need to be written for us, Black people, to be able to go back, reflect, read, and learn from such leaders. I don't know if there's any leader that can come and say to us, I have these at home. When I open up that box, they just sit there and they don't bite me. There is something impeccable that we need. We don't only have to, but we need to learn from these pastors. From the Bandla family, I just want to know, as pastors, by the nature of their work, they attract animosity and sometimes appreciation and love. How did the two pastors, first from the Bandla family, manage to bring the peace? Sometimes when there's a problem with the church, it will always be taken back by Umfundis. Some people don't even know the pastor, and yet they don't like the pastor. And sometimes the pastor is lucky enough to be loved by everyone and appreciated by everyone. How did Pastor Bandla bring peace as a strict man of God? Or if you can recall of any experience where he was hated by the church or loved by the church, how did he balance the two?
Combined church, singene up 108. Sithe ngayi kwazokutheni ingangeni nje. Sakhula. Wathi kwakumuntu ozothi, hey, kumi phandla. Kanti uvalelwe ngamanye amadoda phandle asenza. Unzima uyabona ke nabaza kuyimva, khathana kwakunanzikile. Akhatha nokuyedwa. Wangamuyimva. Sabona kufika amapolisi. Emva koko kufika amapolisi. Wangena, washumayela ngathi khange kwenzeke samanda. Ngenye imini ngokuseseRhawutini ndibheke eRhawutini eholidini. Kube seDavidton. Iyathela le. SiseDavidton. eDavidton bakhona apha eofisini angubene nabo. Bayangubana ngapha eofisini abephunzi bayakulantsika. Bathi ke aba kule ndlu sihlala kweDavidton iyarentwa enyuntwini. Kanti aba seofisini bayiyekile irente kodwa angokhupha abantu endlini. Wathi umuntu xa ezomnatsika wathi ngomso ndifike ndingekho apha. Yayisithini imvula and le ndlu yalo muntu isendaweni erongo elapha istrato siphaya angene onke amanzi. Sawufuna ilori kunjalo saqokelela impahla. Usithini thiki esithi umuntu isithixo ngexesha elithile. Saphuma apho impahla sayifaka kwanantsika andazibana ngamazo okhambeleni umalume kaMfundisi uphapha. Sayifaka egaraji apho. Sayofikanisha apho. Sahlala apho for ixesha elithile. Ngenye imini umnantsika ngokusefuneke ehambile eRhawutini. Kwakunenantsika inkonzo enkulu kuthiwa iTabernacle. Wenze ifewe ekhona. Ndandikhona babengekho abaya. Uyile waphakama okokuqala xa ixesha linantsika. Yho, azange akwazi ushumayela. Wanila. Wahlala phansi. The second time, waphinde wanila azange ikwazi uzibamba ndayolila phana. Okwesithathu ke waphakama washumayela. Bekungasoloko kumnandi. In fact, that is why I didn't want to marry umfundisi. Ndathi kwanele. Mfaya kutata kwanele andisoze bendiphinde. Inkonzo andizoyishiya. Kodwa never marry umfundisi. Bonile baphathe kanjani.
Okay. It is a painful experience, but umama mentioning ukubana umfundisi, the first encounter, afika amapolisa aphinda ahamba, he still stood and preached. The second encounter, walila, but at the end of the day, waphinda umfundisi waphakama washumayela. So whatever the church brought, it doesn't matter how the furnace, how fiery the furnace was, but he stood by God's side. And I think that is something we can pick up from Umfundisi Umandla. I don't know if the Pekana family has an experience. After the Pekana family, we're going to listen to Tatu Lamani, who is going to also share with us how Umfundisi Pekana, Umfundisi Umandla, how they dealt with the animosity, the love and the appreciation that is brought by being a leader in the church.
Ngo-1970 utata usemthatha ukhona i-church board inkonzo sasingenele eKhabe yayingenele eKhabe lokishini engangeniswa sihlala apha ekhaya utata utshintshwa umfuthu ungcolisa ngutata usuke eqonco into nakucaba umfuthu ungcolisa uyakha somewhere acele into yoba makhe sihlale sonke apha so sihlala nesingcolisa apha ekhaya nabantwana bakhe and then nathi nefemeli yasekhaya sisonke sisezofemeli umfuthu ungcolisa nabantwana abahlanu hayi utata nabantwana bayi-8 hayi sihlala apha sonke iyo ndingayazi uba ubhumonde engcebisa yephi into yoba uye kwi-church board engongeniswa utata uzawuhlaselwa pha axelele zakuthi heyi asuba ufundise ukuthi ozwa axelele nocinga wayefika ukhumbula lekhomphani kuphatha izithena ngoku abafana kuphatha izithena abantu utata akaziniksi fike kwengangeniswa angeneka bazalwane phethe isukesi asizazi ukuthi isukesi bazayishintshe okay ngefestile lohleleke uqomile ngefestile uthe kusaphoke ngefestile angayazi ukuthi solve njani sebezilungiseleleke kodwa bazawulinda nje uba utata intaba avule laa sukesi sayazi bakontroliwa sizawungena ke ngothina sibaphethe kakhulu ngamathela ngabazalwana aba uzawunikwa ngabo ngabantwana babefundisa ndizama ukuthi benanga asikhange sikhule kakuhle akumandanga ukuba ngumntana wokufundisa akukhange kule mandini ayinto masizazi ezo zinto kodwa sifike enkonzweni sincume sihleke kube mandi ukube ngathi akho nto siyibonayo utata intaba uyabona utata ubantwana uyabona utata ubantwana awuyicingi into yoba aba bantu balele utata bamfuni aba bantu balele singabantwana siyazazi umntana ukhula ngendlela akhula ngayo and umntana uyahamba ahambe ayazi into umntata obani xa ingamfafele utata nama kufunekanga umntana ngoba mhlawumbi uyawundingena kakubi athethe kakubi ngotata ubaleka ezo zinto sokuphepha umcacele utata ubani ukwenzela angasondeli kuwe ngoba umazi into azayithetha kubo so ndizama ukuphendana kona bekumane kuhlala nabo abazali kakhulu la ekhaya besine-indoor games no-Chinese checkers, i-drugs, zonke ezazinto bekhona amaxesha
sikhe sihlale siyifemeli sihlala angasiqhathi manje yiko angasiqhathi umthatho uzongiphazamisa kancinci uyayibona ikhona into ozawubetha kuyo xa singamtshela izitshekazi aniphazamise ubheka nje kubona useyikhawulezisile wena unikeleyo uzojika kodwa ukumthetha ngoba kaloku uzawube ukhusela naye ngalo makangaqondi kwemgoni kwakumandi bantu khaya kwakumandi.
Okay, I thank you for the response. I am picking up just before Pastor Lamani speaks that even amidst the animosity, amidst the fire that was brought in either by the church members or by the office, these pastors kept peace in their families. And I did not hear from the response unless I missed it that they came home and they shared what was going on, because they did not want to influence the children into getting into these conflicts. I think leaders should and need to learn that. Let's hear what Dr. Laman has to say on the question.
Umfundisi dithi Bandla, ukuqala kwami ukudibana kunye naye kwakungoDisemba 1969 xa wayesuka eBhayi esiya eTinarha ehamba nonkosikazi wakhe umama uMagaba. Kwakusweleke utata uTom Ndleleni Lamani. Umfundisi wayemnye omela iBhayi neDispatch neTinarha ngelo xesha. Waye eyokuqonda ukuba uza kungcwatywa ngoluphina usuku utata uLamani. Wafika indim utata okhoyo ekhayeni. Ndamcacisela okokuba ungcwatywa ngecawa kuloo veki. Bathe ke xa behamba wenza umthandazo esishiya nalo mthandazo. Kwathi kanti undichanile kuloo mthandazo. Uthe eshumayela nje ngecawa enkonzweni emngcwabeni wabesele kudala endigqibile kwasekhaya. Umfundisi uBandla wayesithi xa eshumayela ngoYesu obethelelwe emnqamlezweni ebemzoba uYesu ukubethelelwa kwakhe, azobe okokuba bekungena izikhonkwane ezide ezandleni zakhe nezikhonkwane ezide ezinyaweni zakhe. Athi xa emzoba athi uphakanyiswe umnqamlezo lowo, uphoswe emngxonyeni, akrazuke amanxeba asezandleni. Wayesebenzisa iivesi ezininzi kulo mngcwabo. Enye yazo yayingu-Isaya 50 verse 6 ethi, ndawunikela umhlana wam kubabethi nezidlele zam kubadlathuli bendevu. Zininzi ke iivesi ebezisebenzisa. Ezinye bezisithi, andibusithelisanga ubuso bam nasekutshicelweni bagqobhoza iinyawo zam. Indumiso 22 verse 16 to 18. Ehambaze luka baluka isithaba ngameva basibeka entlokweni yakhe. Kumateyu 27 verse 27 to 31. Ziivesi abezisebenzisa ezibangela okokuba sihlabeke enhliziyweni. Emveni koko ekubeni umfundisi uBandla ebeshumayela ngezo vesi zonke, ndagoduka ndaza eBhayi. Kwiveki elandelayo emva komngcwabo lowo ndaya enkonzweni eDaku Church apha eBhayi eyayibizwa okokuba yiCostin Church ngelo xesha. Yayingenela esikolweni ekuthiwa yiMasakhane. Kwathi kanti yimini akho ngayo umfundisi uBandla eyokubeka izandla uTata uMathomane ukuba abe ngumdala webandla. Waqhuba lo nkonzo waza wachazela ibandla ukuba ndiguquke emngcwabeni kaTata uLamani eTinaha kwiveki ephelileyo. Ndomkelwa libandla, ndomkelwa nanguye, ndangena eklasini yobhaptizesho, ndabhaptizwa ngo-Okthobha ngo-1970. Ndibhaptizwa kwangumfundisi uBandla. Umfundisi uBandla wayesombulula iingxaki zebandla. Umzekelo, ukuba ngumba wedoctrine yebandla ebeya athathe iBhayibhile nomoya wesiprofeto afundise ibandla ngedoctrine leyo, isombululeke ingxaki leyo. Bekubakho amaxesha anzima ezintlanganisweni, siphume ezinzulwini zobusuku, ngakumbi xa kusonyulwa amalungu amatsha aza kukhokela kunyaka olandelayo. Kubekho ukungavani ebandleni, singaboni ngasolinye, kodwa umfundisi uBandla ubekwazi ukusilungisa siphume sithetha into enye. Ebekwazi kakhulu ukuyilungisa intlanganiso, ayilawule kakuhle. Ebengumvangeli umakhwekhwetha ophume izandla kwicala lezovangelo. Emisa itende akhwaze umsindo ozayo ententeni apho. Baphokoke abantu besiza macala onke, besiza kule tente. Umzekelo, umfundisi uBandla wamisa itende ethafeni laseSeyisi, apho umfundisi washumayelayo kwaguquka otata abaninzi. Umzekelo, utata oGrimis, otata uKhwatshube nabanye, kwama ibandla kwelo thafa laseSeyisi.
While the KHAMFU is Caesar, we are picking up that Umfundisi Bandla was not only a strict man, but he was a man that abounded by the principles of the church. I see a meeting in, basically that's God says, Abe Peti Manuan, Abe Peti Bible. He did not have anything outside those two books.
Ihlobo yadlula wenu tunywayo inkosi funa ungakhohlisi moya wakhe ngumphathisi oyayo kumsindisi Nkosi yokuvuna iva nguwe qha onganceda bathume abokuvuna ihlobo liyadlula bathume abokuvuna ihlobo liyadlula.
Thank you so much to Kaidi Chapo for the item. These are the last two questions that I have from the families. And I would like to know from the families, these two pastors, had they not been your parents, would you have responded the same way to them as leaders in the church? If not, or if so, why? These leaders, they were church pastors. They were pastoring not only their congregation, but you as their children as well. Now, the response that you gave as a family, would you have given the same response if they were not your parents? If so, or if not, why would that be so?
I think mandibaphendule yabona bekuthetha abantwana abefundisi bangabazali bethu bethetha ngentlungu nobumandi abebethe bakufumana ekhuleni. Ndiyafuna ukuthi had it not been i-obedience kaMfundisi uBandla noMfundisi uPekana, thina sesisizukulwane, we wouldn't be so blessed. Sihlale into kuthiwa nje andazi uba utata uLama uyichuze ngoba bekuthelwa nge-covenant. Thina kule nto ukuthi uThixo uyawusisikela i-generation yakho, thina ke bethuna sesisizukulwane sifumane the blessings of uba abefundisi ngelaa xesha tata uBandla noMfundisi uPekana bebe-obedient, bathembeka. Kwakunzima, kodwa thina njengoba sikhona sesisizukulwane, uba into esiyibonileyo phambi kokuphendula umbuzo wakho, into esiyibonileyo thina lolu thando, despite uba nikhule nihlupheka, like nidijongele ii-siblings zizonke, kukho intetho ethi a praying family stays together. I think despite uba bebenze loo nto abebefundisi bebeyiphila le nto iyintshumayelo, bebengayi-pretend and bekubonakala ukuthi ibingeyo-profession abebiziwe, and ii-families zabo they stayed together. And siyibona that warmth bathetha ngayo, siyibona apha ebazalini ukuthi they are still united. And ukubaphendulela ndiyafuna ukuthi ngelaa xesha, which I think nathi sile generation ebikhule kwi-era kaMfundisi uVusi, uBandla, uPekana, uChaba, thina befundisi bengabafundisi. Noba bayeyingabo, I think indlela bekuthotyolwa ngalo ngelaa xesha ayifani ngeli xesha nale generation. Njengoba adatsho nomama used to ask ukuthi into ezithile uTataMkhulu, isikhona into zasembuza zona. Inintsi into endinoyithetha ngoTataMkhulu, but we don't want to siphumele ecaleni. They didn't question izinto. They were just told. And nendlela ebekhula ngabe kufika befundisi. Like uthathola manje lo lapha angimazi lo bengathi evidence so uthatha umfundisi ulamanje ndikhulele the way abebefundisi babegqitha ngayo abesemishini. You know, sasibathanda befundisi bangabefundisi. Uma ngeke ndizoyothuka umuntu oba abefundisi. Siyaqhamana practical abefundisi kwi-session. Ngibona iyatshintsha ngokwi-setting. So ndithi kubaphendulela noba bebezinge izo-parents zabo. They would be still obedient because at that time, I think yayinye generation eyayazi uba into ethethwe ngumfundisi and into ethethwe lelibandla iyiyo. Ngoku sesiquestiona zonke izinto nezo-fundamental sesiyaziphendula. You know, ngelaa xesha kuyafana MC, my host, ekufana.
All right, and what's the
I'm ready to iyabona ngelaa xesha utata bethu bangumfundisi enkonzweni ekhaya utata. Now ufike ixesha lomthandazo lifika emntanjobesi wanangazela ixesha lomthandazo. I think my big family, big family, not ukuthi xa kuthulayo ithi choice iipati zikhona zonke ukuthi enjoy ixesha lomthandazo. Laa nto ogqiba ke akuphande nomsi. So ibipheli awani uthandazo. And ke noba kwenzeka into mhlawumbi kunedisagreement enkonzweni yethu na utatela uhlala abantu bathi ayizozinto. Respect uNtoni. And ke ngela xesha thina ke besihlala emishini esidolishini. Sihlala emishini abejambo. Ngela xesha abantu bonke babephangela ngesabatha kuzola enantsikeni. So kuzawugcwala emishini. Bekumnandi be-enjoy basemishini. Umama bonjelo bephela nomama besenza isongo kude ukuthi isongo sikamagama. In so much kwenye indawo thina sasingakho ukuthenga ibhotolo kwakunamajeli nemhlophe. Grey carrots. Ijikwe engathi yayoshatha ibhotolo. Nathi beyazi ibhotolo. Esasonke esimnandi wayebona umuntu wayenemali phebhayi athenge ibhotolo singavuli ke mntana bawo somusamagama eze lebhotolo enkulu aqabaqaba ishiye thenge kwanye. Thina emishini besiphathelwa izinto ngamanyathi ngamarhaleke because imishini umuntu ongena emishini uzawutyala uba kuthiwe ntonini. Ngesabatha bethi xa kuba abantu baninzi wenza isuphu. Abanye bathi isonka kuba kuphela ukutya kwawuthi isonka isuphu kude kwenze nejinjabhiba ke abantu bakuhlupha. So bekumnandi basemishini siphathelwa iimpahla ngabavela bamungu sisombulelwe. Hayi besombulelwe thina kube mnandi intle ukuyavuya thina wawuthi hayi impahla ezindala sasombulelwe kunjani uzibona umuhle. Enye into ngelaa xesha thina besikhula ngalo bingekabikho le mpucuko. More especially ngelaa xesha thina siseqonto. Njengoba sisiya enkonzweni yabona inantsike enkonzweni usikole enkonzweni ibiflop sebezenteabitons hayi sihlezi ubheka enkonzweni ezila and ke akho nto ibitheni uyafana nabanye abantwana. So besingayifinishi laa nto leyo
La difference.
laa difference besingayifinishi.
Oh, okay. And I'm picking up also in the mention layer that so he was able to balance his life.
It's so much less to put it and one letter of Tsara, Yatsara. I tell you, I think some people are no lad at Chinaman. I'm no lad. Can't physically say Yamona evenings, yes, about it was the day, family day. You couldn't say what kind of so just strong because babies are one. Go put out the clay, mulher, Pamon Coron, see, putting I said, and ndiyivukana wathi gcwala ixesha elide wathi uJesu yeyi hayi flycatcher emva koko wangufly catcher so ke bekumnandi ngelo xesha bekumnandi ngolo hlobo uba sikhaya.
Because we see the balance between these leaders. Strict as they were, they still could bring laughter and the warmth, the love in the family space. The last question then would be, okay, Masini Kudada, and then while you contemplate on this question, which is my last question, that if you look at the lives of Pastor Pekana and Pastor Bandla, what would you pick out as their great traits as leaders, and what were their pitfalls?
Listening to pastors' kids is quite amazing. For me, Pastor Bandla, no, it's very different from the one that you're talking about. I knew him as a father. I knew him as a father-in-law. I knew him as a friend. I knew him as a confidant. And I knew him as somebody that we can talk anything. And it didn't have to be Jesus-like. We talked like man to man.
All right.
And there are things that he said to me which I know he would never say to his children. And I know there are things that he said to me that I know that I will never get divorced. I'll always keep my wife because of the things that we talk man to man. He used to tell me about the times when he was a dancer and when he got converted, and how he would walk around the block, not to go to the place where he used to dance, so that he's not tempted. He will walk a long way around just to make sure that he's not tempted. He was amazed that he used to ask me, which country in the world have you not been to? I said, no, Russia and Sweden. And I'm sure I'll go before I die, I said. And he would ask me about people. He was so much interested in people, different people. What makes the Americans tick? What makes the British tick? What is it that they want from you when you go to them? And when I told them that the only thing that they want to know is that you've got integrity, you are consistent, and you do what you say you're going to do. And he says to me, keep it that way. You will go far. When he met my dad, by the way, when you talk about pioneers, my grandfather was a pioneer for Seventh-day Adventist in Bandla. He had 3 wives, and then the church said he must have 1 book. And he dropped my grandmother, so I got a grudge against the church. The other pioneer of the church in Bandla is Chief Rambondo. He also had 3 wives, and he was told to drop the other one. He was very good. He kept the older one and dropped the younger ones. Whereas my grandfather did the opposite. So when we met there, DT, I was in Church of Christ. Church of Christ is almost the same as Seventh-day Adventist, except that they go on Sunday and not on. They don't eat pork, they don't do this. Everything that Seventh-day Adventist does, etc. And it was a big challenge. And he never put me under pressure to convert to Seventh-day Adventist. Not even once. I would go to Zone 7 in Midlands. The church was just outside the house. 3-4 steps, then you're in church from the house. I would sleep while they go to church. And then they come. He will never say, go to this. He really believes that somebody must really be converted, to be convinced of what he's doing. Otherwise, he'll never be faithful in what he's doing. That's one of the things that I picked up from that. You have got to be convinced of what you're doing. Otherwise, you'll never be faithful to what you're doing. And one day he asked me, while he was in hospital, I like it when Dr. Msengane said he was sick for a short time. I wasn't there. That was short time to me about it. I thought it was a very long time. But he asked me in hospital, and he said to me, "You have done many things in life. What do you want to do in life?" I said to him, "I really believe God is still going to show me what I must do. And I'm still praying for it. And that's why he saved my life so many times. My wife could have been a widow so many times. She knows it too. But God intervened all the time, and I survived, etc. And he said to me, "You don't think you were born to be a teacher?" Because sometimes in my life I was a lecturer. I said, no, I don't think I'm born to be a lecturer. I can't stand spoiled kids who their parents sent to me to look after. I said, I can't stand it. And then sometimes they go on strike and you pick up stones. Even though they don't stone your car, but you're under threat by your own school children. I said, no, I can't. I said, the time will come when God will do. And he said to me, pray all the time so that God shows to you what you need to do. Because I really believe, like you believe in it, that God is calling to spread the word of God. He really believed it. That was his calling. And the biggest challenge for all of us now as we live is that many times we live without even understanding what our calling is. Yes. And that's why sometimes we lead meaningless life. Because we don't understand and we don't pray. I mean, I was lucky I got married, but I didn't pray first to say, God, let me meet my wife. Not really true, I did. Yeah. But many of us get into marriage without asking God first. We get into jobs without asking God first. We even buy a car without asking God first. We thank Him after we bought it. Say, thank you, God. But we don't even ask Him before we go to buy a car. Before you even decide that we're going to get married, you don't pray and pray and pray and say, God, show me which one I must marry. We go and look for ourselves. After we find it, we say, God, here we are. Can we make it good now? In many instances, we must just learn to draw back. Sometimes wait, maybe the wait will be longer than what we know. But when you do things with God by your side, and God has shown you the way, those things are much easier to do. When you have got a wife, and you know the wife is a gift from God, you treat that gift differently than when you think you got your wife yourself.
Yes.
And my father-in-law used to say to me, whatever you do, even if you ever fight with your wife, would talk like she's not a God. He said, even if you ever fight with your wife, never threaten her security. Never threaten her security. At home, the car must never be your car. It's the car of the family. The house must never be your house. It's the house of the family. If when you're angry, you tell your wife that you will throw her out of the house, that house is no more hers. She must know that the security is never threatened. Whatever you do, you never threaten your wife. You never threaten the security of your family. At home, you must be known to be a loving father. Amen.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I think that wraps up our interview, and we should just look at the things that have been mentioned, that these leaders, we have the last question. I will just give a minute, not to each speaker, but for everybody you don't elaborate on the question. You just give the great trait or what you saw as a pitfall of these leaders. You don't elaborate, you just mention it. And I'll start from the Pekana family and then the Bandla family. And then when the last person speaks, we will call upon MMV to give us an item. And then we can move to the last segment of our program. I will just remind you what the question was. The question is, when you look at the lives of Pastor Bandla and Pastor Pekana, I picked up one of Pastor Bandla's greatest traits, which is he mentioned prayer as the center of life. What were their greatest traits and what were their pitfalls in their leadership?
The greatest trait of our parents, I know even Pastor Bandla is the same as my father. The greatest that I have learned and I've known, which it has taken us through the whole of our lives. And even paying those school fees and everything, the greatest was they would always say it's because we give God his time. We have to be faithful in bringing back to God what belongs to him. So that was the greatest. That is what made us to be where we are.
Thank you so much. Greatest trait, returning to God what belongs to God. Greatest of pitfall, please hand over the mic. Thank you so much.
Mna into utata asishiyelayo that I miss at home. Ukugcina kwesabatha endlini.
Keeping the Sabbath holy.
Ekhaya Fridays uqale lapha kuphi. Njengoba sasihlala ebhafini evasikomini phakathi evekini Fridays okuhlala ebhafini. Because kunemicimbi. Fridays by 3 o'clock, abantu funeke bezazi into abazazi ngoba awuzoayina isapha i-right ukutya kwangesapha all-right. 3 o'clock, njengoba siyifemeli enkulu, bekoyimenshina the father. Friday, we get ready for ukwamkela isabatha. Sawuthula sonke one eserumini, omnye esepasejini, omnye epolishe isihlamba, omnye ehlamba, omnye ayina, omnye epheka. If siyathula, uphula wonke umuntu. And by the end, ngexesha le-sunset, everybody is ready to welcome Sabbath.
All right, thank you so much.
I think one trait that was alluded to was in the Bayengani. Iphinde khona amabhenqa ezibonga athi nakaphekwa nilike kwazothuke kodwa utata into yakhe ibikuba andinangani kodwa andijiki xa ndizazi nandizayithi. For somebody else that might be a definition yenkani, but that would be anchored by what he has studied and he would back himself up. He would not just ankanize. He would back it up from the Bible. He would back it up from the spirit of prophecy. So that is one of the greatest traits ukuthi sukuphephuka nemimoya all the time. Yima uqinde kulento ukholelwa kuyo. But ungami nje isekele phezulu kwento. Either iBhayibhile uthi ogqiba ngongeze apha eBhayibhileni ngelizwi lomoya wesiprofeta.
All right, thank you so much. We are grateful to all the families for the input. I'm sure we now have an idea of who Pastor Bandla and Pastor Pekana were. And I think this is a challenge, especially to the writers, if we have any writers either in the room or joining us virtually, that this history needs to be jotted down. This history, because we have Pastor here, we have Otakulamani, these people are very old. They have the information, but they might leave us any day. So while they're still alive and while they still have the memories, then you just get someone who's going to say, I volunteer myself, I want to take the history and pen it down. because this is a great history that we need to learn from. Thank you so much, Bandla family. Thank you, Pekana family, for bringing us into such a sacred space and experience with your parents. We are going to invite MMV to come up. MMV is going to give us a closing item as the families go back to their seats. We are, just before we listen to MMV, there are 3 other people that we need to listen to that have an experience with the pastors, just 2 minutes each. We're going to listen to Umama from Sengana. We're going to listen to each of them, 3 of them, 2 minutes each, and then we just get a piece of
Bandla limonke xana namhlanje kuzawuthi kuthethwe ngodada abadala bebandla abaselandulela uvula indlela bale nkonzo. Sawuthi sithethe ngomfundisi uBandla, siye kumfundisi uPekana, nomfundisi uBandla owasuka waya kuvula i-effort kwibandla kwindawo yaseZwelitsha eyayisaqala ingekabi nabantu kakhulu. Indawo wamisa intente enkulu, awagqusha kuloo ntente kwade kwabakho ibandla. Kwacabana ke makasesebenzela ukubana le ndawo besenzela kuyo intente i-effort ibe indawo yawuba sisiza sebandla. Wahambela loo nto kwamasipala, kwavunywa, kwathi sekuvunyiwe xa kuzawulungiswa izinto kwacaca uba naleyo ayilungi ngamagingxigingxi ababedibana nawo ke lawo ngokwenza umisela amabandla. Kwathiwa xana ephinda bebuyela eofisini kwathiwa hayi ayiseyo yenu, seyeyakwaMphilisi. Babe bayiluzile, yabe eyabo yolathwa apho kungekabikho nezindlu emahlathini ezantsi ezone 8 apho ime khona nanamhlanje. Zindlela ababesokola ngazo ke abefundisi bakudala ezo. Kwakuba nzima ukuwenza yonke into, kunzima ukuba kubekho ibali belimisile. Wayehamba ke umfundisi ngenyawo othe wanethamsanqa afumane ibhayisikili.
Till the Savior comes, feed us till the Savior comes. Open, Jesus, Zion's fountains, let her richest blessings come. Let the fiery cloudy pillar guide us to this holy home. Great Redeemer, bring, oh bring the welcome day. Bring, oh bring the welcome day. When the earth begins to tremble, be thou fearful thoughts, be still. When thy judgment spread destruction, keep us safe on Zion's hill. Sing praises, songs of glory unto thee, songs of glory unto
Lisibandla lilonke xana namhlanje kuzawuthi kuthethwe ngodada abadala bebandla abaselandulela uvula indlela bale nkonzo. Sawuthi sithethe ngomfundisi ubandla, siye kumfundisi uPekana, umfundisi ubandla owasuka waya kuvula i-effort kwibandla kwindawo yaseZwelitsha eyayisaqala ingekabi nabantu kakhulu. Indawo wamisa intente enkulu, awagqusha kuloo ntente kwade kwabakho ibandla. Kwacabana ke makasesebenzela ukubana le ndawo besenzela kuyo intente i-effort ibe indawo yawuba sisiza sebandla. Wahambela loo nto kwamasipala, kwavunywa, kwathi sekuvunyiwe xa kuzawulungiswa izinto kwacaca uba naleyo ayilungi ngamagingxigingxi ababedibana nawo ke lawo ngokwenza umisela amabandla. Kwathiwa xana ephinda bebuyela eofisini kwathiwa hayi ayiseyo yenu, seyeya kwaMphilisi. Babe bayiluzile, yabe eyabo yolathwa apho kungekabikho nezindlu emahlathini ezantsi ezone 8 apho ime khona nanamhlanje. Zindlela ababesokola ngazo ke abefundisi bakudala ezo. Kwakuba nzima kuwenza yonke into, kunzima ukuba kubekho ibandla endaweni kodwa kufuneka belimisile.
Nkosi Yesu Kristu. Ngokufutshane nzokwenza amabala engwe ngomfundisi Wmk Pekana. Erhini andinabunzulu bakumazi kakuhle umfundisi Pekana erhini kuba ndifike khona kwi-early 50s sele esemsebenzini echancele SDA. Ndizokumazi ngexesha nebekhe waseCraddock esebenza nerhini uyakuma ngePort Alfred. Ndaba kuqela labantu ababeza kubhaptizwa apho wabuza lo mbuzo, nithini xa nibona isitompi sesigarethi siqhuma phaa phantsi? Anibi namona okanye ndisisizele? Wathi umfana, ndiyasichola mfundisi, ndisigqibezele. Ngoku nakumfundisi uPekana wathi kuye, andinako konke ukutshatisa necuba. Wamkhupha ecaleni nabanye ke ababelapho abebesatshele kwizinto into babesabambelele kuzo nabo bafelisha yayizizililo apho ndizodibana naye kwakhona umfundisi uPekana xa ndimenyelwa ebufundisini ndaze ndatyunjelwa ukuba ndibheke eCradle leSomerset. Wacela umfundisi uPekana ukuba mandoncedisa yena ndasiwa kwelamaHlubi kuQumbu ndidibanisa nelamabhaca eMount Frere. Ndifika ngoMatshi
Pekana emthatha okokuqala. Ufike kabini kaloku umfundisi kodwa okokuqala ufike ibandla lasengangelizwe linengxaki enkulu yokuhlaselwa ngabantu bakaBrinsmith. Bebonakala ukuba hayi ibandla bayalinantsika bangamka nabantu abaninji. Wafika kuPekana. Xa efika uPekana akakhange yena athethe nix ngento yoba kutheni wathini Brinsmith. Wafika wakhuthaza ibandla ukuba maliyokusebenza. Bandla ke lasebenza lashumayela lahamba iilali ezininzi, ngakumbi iilali ezikude ezinjengooKwayimani, ooNcambele, ooMbhashe. Belihamba lonke ibandla liye kwezo ndawo. Kangangokuba kwezo ndawo namhlanje kukho amabandla ngenxa yaloo mbewu wayityala kwezo ndawo. Umfundisi uPekana okwesibini.
Siyabulela kakhulu. These are very long videos and they will be posted on our Facebook page for people that have interest in the full videos. KHAMFU SDA on Facebook, KHAMFU SDA also on YouTube. You will find the full videos there. Will kindly afford to give us an item, and we welcome Dr. Kwala to give us the main lecture for today under the theme Effulgence Pitfalls of Leadership.
Go tell someone about Jesus. Be swift its command to obey. Proclaim unto all his salvation. Go now and no longer delay. Tell someone about Jesus. Many are waiting to read. Many are sad and discouraged. Tell the stories of duties Go tell someone about Jesus. Bring souls out of darkness to light. From highways and highways go lead them to paths that are sunny and bright. Tell someone about Jesus. Many are waiting to read. Many are sad and discouraged. Tell the stories of
Dr. Kwala.
Thank you very much, Master of Ceremony, distinguished guests, members of KHAMFU District, and representatives of the Pekana and Bandla families. Greetings to you this afternoon. It gives me great pleasure to be part of this uncharted historical moment that KHAMFU District, under the leadership of Pastor Mzwandile Lennox Lamani, deliberately purposed to initiate this process. This indeed is a milestone, and therefore I wish to commend Pastor Lamani and his team for acknowledging and honoring our Black stalwarts whose contribution, hard work, and determination have gone unnoticed, and memories of their greatness have faded away. I take this opportunity to thank KHAMFU District under the leadership of Pastor Lamani for this great initiative. Please keep the torch burning and pass it on to other generations. This memorial lecture is therefore dedicated to the ministry, the life and the memory of Pastors Pekana and Bandla. When I received a message from Pastor Lamani requesting me to present at this memorial day, the memorial lecture, and in the process highlighting the posthumous honoring of Pastors Pekana and Pastor Bandla, my mind went back to the time when I started my pastoral ministry. I recall being mentored, supervised, taught by Pastor Pekana, and the valuable leadership insights I got from this man of God. By the way, he also baptized me many years ago in the river. I also recalled my interaction with Pastor Bandla while he was still active in ministry, and best moments with him were during his years of retirement in Motherwell. The two of us spent hours and hours discussing matters pertaining to the running of the church, and I learned from him valuable principles of leadership. My ministry in the Seventh-day Adventist Church has been shaped by, among many others, these two men of God. I have been longing for this day where we share valuable insights on effulgence of leadership, where leadership is viewed in a positive light, highlighting its joys, gains, and principles. However, leadership does not only possess positive aspects and attributes. There are also leadership challenges encapsulated in pitfalls, leadership blind spots, and leadership blunders. Today, as we begin this uncharted territory, let me start from the beginning by a quote from an inspired writer, Ellen G. White. I quote, "The greatest want of the world is the want of men. Men who will not be bought or sold. Men who in their inmost souls are true and honest. Men who do not fear to call sin by its right name. Men whose conscience is as true to duty as the needle to the pole. Men who will stand for the right though the heavens fall." Looking at what Ellen G. White has stated above, one can come to a conclusion that leadership requires loyalty, it requires honesty, resilience, standing up for what one believes in, articulate and conscientious a person. As we venture into this trajectory, let us begin by offering a working definition of what leadership is. Dabrin defines leadership, and I quote, as the ability to inspire confidence and support among the people who are needed to achieve organizational goals, end quote. He further clarifies the term people who are needed to achieve organizational goals as people on whose competence and commitment performance depends. Dabrin's definition concurs with Adair's definition of leadership. And in Adair's understanding, leadership is, I quote, the capacity to impact a group of people's decision, behavior, recognition of the goal, and work with confidence and zeal. In the definitions above, one can pick up some key points. The first point, it is the use of the word ability. If you are looking at the word ability, it can be understood as a possession of the means, the skill, the talent, expertise, aptitude, capacity, potential, and power. That's what you pick up when you are looking at this word. It is common knowledge that not everyone possesses the ability to lead. Hence, there are followers who do not even have aspirations to lead, but are content to be led. The second key word that you pick up, or key concept, is confidence. Confidence can be understood as trust. We all know that leadership needs trust, belief, faith, credence, conviction, reliance, and dependence. It is an assurance about your abilities, qualities, and ideas. These are definitely some of the characteristics that a leader should possess. The third word or concept would be support. Being accepted by the majority of the people you are working with, a demonstration that you believe in something or someone. It is providing sympathy or encouragement, additional help, or information or participation. The fourth one would be competence, as the ability to do something successfully or efficiently. It incorporates capabilities, capacity, proficiency, and prowess. Then the fifth one would be organizational goals. Organizational goals are premised and founded upon three key important pillars. And pillar number one would be the philosophy of an organization, where we talk about the value add of an organization and the focus the organization has, whether it's a money-making organization or religious organization or non-profit organization or a developmental organization. And it will also talk about its impact in the local community. The second pillar would be the marketing position. Is the organization strategically positioned in relation to its competitors, which can affect its efficiency and profitability or performance outcomes? Then you have the third element, which is your organizational strategy. The high-level strategy has an effect or influence on the organization's performance within its market, industry, or customers or clients. Leadership in the Adventist Church is different from leadership in business or in leadership in politics. In religious platforms, leadership is based on trust, which cannot be demanded, but can only be earned by being trustworthy. Leaders must distinguish between trust and obsession for control. Leadership must identify the faith identity and range of values that are integral to being a Seventh-day Adventist anywhere, since Adventism is a worldwide organization. As a leader, you need to understand that values transcend time and culture, and they need to be passed on just like we do with the Olympic torch. True leadership will prioritize assertion and nurturing of these values. Leadership must be able to identify non-variables, which we could also say tests of fellowship, which are not threatening or threatened by local cultural expressions, but place values above culture and variables. Secondly, we also need to identify what I call variables, because there were non-variables I talked about. Variables, we may understand them as non-test of fellowship, and some of them may vary from one community to the other. Leadership in religious spheres is practiced in a church environment. Ellen G. White advocates that church is not a perfect place, but instead she sees it as enfeebled and defective. However, she is still of the view that God has put his supreme regard upon the church. For us to understand more this concept of leadership, I would like to just venture into what I call leadership style or preferences. Leaders are made of the following characteristics: passion and heart sensitive to spiritual things. 2, ability to accurately communicate and inspire shared vision, plans, and objectives. And 3, self-reflection and awareness of who you are. And 4, willingness to share power, successes, and failures. And 5, ability to operate under uncertain conditions. To cite a few, currently we are under this deadly virus and this pandemic. Sometimes we experience unrest in our communities. We also experience politics and political instability within our communities and even within our church community. And number 6, a strong focus in the big picture, even if it is at your expense as a leader. The issue of leadership styles will always bring us to a point of asking, how did leadership evolve? I'm going to spend just a moment in tracing the history of the leadership from generation to generation or decade to decade. And below is a brief history of the development of leadership. If you belong to the 1800s, around 1840s, you would know that there was a theory called great men. And in that theory, it was an assumption that leadership was intrinsic and leaders are not made but born. Those were the concepts within that theory. If you were born in the 1930s to 1940s, there was another theory that was developed called a trait theory. In this theory, people are made with certain qualities that will make them excel in leadership roles. However, the question that we always ask, which qualities which combinations would actually make a leader? And these questions then lead, or we are dealing with the past, therefore they led to the early start of what we call behavioral theories. Now, these theories, if you were born in 1940s and 1950s, you would know that the behavioral theories began that time. And in those theories, leaders' behavior is the best predictor of his or her leadership influence and success. And there are 3 groups of leaders according to these theories. There are people who are people-oriented, there are people who are task-oriented, and there are people who are participatory-oriented. And those are the 3 groups that are falling under the behavioral theories. And then leadership in this category is taught, not necessarily born. Then if you were born in the 1960s, then contingency theories came into existence. There is no single way of leading according to these theories. Leadership style should be based on situation. That's what you pick up when you are in these theories. Then in the 1970s, we had transactional leadership theories. Leadership is formed through a series of mutually beneficial exchanges. If you do this for me, I will do that for you. Therefore, followers will choose a leader that maximizes their pleasurable experience. About transformational leadership theories, and their leaders transform their followers through their inspirational nature and charismatic personalities. such that followers identify with the leader and its purpose. And here you have rules and regulations that are guided by group norms. There are a number of leadership styles which leaders identify with. However, leaders normally navigate through these leadership styles depending on the situation and circumstances. Below, I am going to share some of these leadership styles. The first one would be a democratic leadership style. In this leadership style, a leader invites team members to contribute ideas and participate in the decision-making process. Now, how can this leadership style be applied? One, when followers are skilled and eager to share their ideas, they would be more freer to subscribe to the democratic leadership style. Decisions need to be looked at from several perspectives. Now, you don't want to just make a decision as a leader. People are bringing in inputs so that the decision is a decision that has been participated upon. Then leader does not have all the information needed to make a decision. That's why the leader would decide to incorporate people in the decision-making process. What impact does this kind of leadership have? I'm going to just share few negatives and few positives. Let me start with the positives. It allows followers to participate in decision-making so they feel empowered. It allows followers to give a variety of ideas. It ensures that decision-making is two-way communication and there is commitment. There are also some negatives that are attached to this kind of leadership. Incorrect decisions may be taken if followers are inexperienced because they influence the kind of decision to be taken. It is time-consuming because consultation takes time. Followers may feel discouraged if their opinions are not considered. It may not be effective in times of crisis where immediate decisions are needed to be made. Then we have what we call autocratic leadership style. Leader takes decisions on his or her own without consulting followers. When would this be applied, or how would it be applied? In crisis situation, the leader makes quick decisions. And two, when followers are new or not fully trained and are not able to assist in the decision making. When followers are not cooperative and a decision needs to be made. And what impact does this leadership style have? The positives, it's quick decisions. It allows you to make quick decisions. Work gets done on time. Top-down communication is clear. Clear guidance to low-skilled followers. While the negatives are followers can become demotivated if their opinions are not considered. Demotivated followers impact negatively on productivity, involvement, and participation. And you might have high-level turnover rate because they are not valued, your employees or your followers or subordinates. Then you have another leadership style which is called laissez-faire or free rein. Here, the leader delegates tasks to followers with little or no direction given. When would this be applied? When subordinates are experts and know what they want to achieve. Therefore, you might allow them to make decisions and have a free run. And when a leader is very busy, and delegation of tasks will increase productivity. Once again, at the discretion of the leader. What would be the impact of this leadership style? The positives, followers are allowed to make decisions on their own. Followers work independently. Leader motivates followers by trusting them to do things on their own. And what would be the negatives? Negatives are lack of clear direction can demotivate followers. Productivity may be compromised with lack of tight controls over members, not meeting deadlines, and productivity might be low. Then you have another type of leadership, which is called charismatic leadership style. Leader uses charm to influence followers. All right. And I'm sure we can immediately identify our former president of the country in this kind of a leadership style. Application, you pick up few things that when you want to sell a vision and achieve excellent results, then you're going to use this leadership style. When you want to motivate followers as the leader, you are going to tap on your energetic and inspirational approach to things. Then the third one, inspire loyalty, hard work among followers. Therefore, those are three important things that you would consider if you are going to apply this kind of leadership. What is its impact? Negatives: expect excelling vision and achieve excellent results. That's very important. Therefore, you must have those aspects. Then followers are motivated as the leader is energetic and inspiring. Inspires loyalty, hard work among followers. The negatives are leader believes more in him or her than the team. Projects can collapse if the leader leaves the team. Leaders are intolerant of challenges and regard themselves as irreplaceable. Then you have another leadership style, which is called transactional leadership style. Leaders focus on motivating followers through a system of reward and punishment. When can this be applied? When the business or organization wants to achieve maximum employee performance. When deadlines have to be met on short notice or under pressure. When workers have a low morale. When productivity levels are very low or not according to targets. What are the impacts? What is an impact of this leadership style? Positives: it encourages employees or followers to work hard because they will receive rewards. It improves employees or followers' productivity and morale. The goals and objectivities can be achieved as workers are motivated. Employees or followers know what is expected of them. With the negatives, employees or followers may become bored as they have to follow rules and procedures. A leader will have to monitor the work performance of employees or followers to ensure that expectations are met. Some employees or followers may be demoralized if they fail to meet targets despite having worked very hard. Then you have transformational leadership style. The leader here who commands a compelling causes has an extraordinary potential influence over followers. In other words, he himself is the one who is expecting to see things through the influence he or she is exerting. Now, there are three things that are important which this leader would probably use. One, idealized influence. A transformational leader's behavior becomes a role model for employees through exemplary behavior that instills pride and trust among followers. Inspirational motivation as a second one. A transformational leader usually has a sense of team spirit, enthusiasm, passion, and optimism. The third one, intellectual stimulation. A transformational leader must question old assumptions, cast existing problems in a new light, encourage creativity and innovation, and look at more effective ways to make decisions. Looking at leadership styles briefly discussed above, if one were to look at the two icons that are celebrated and honored posthumously today, one would be forced to categorize them as follows. In my view, Pastor Pekana leaned heavily on the autocratic side of things, while Pastor Bandla leaned heavily on charismatic and transformational side of things in terms of the leadership that we talked about. Abraham Lincoln once said, "Nearly all men can stand diversity, but if you want to test a man's character, give him power." Pastors Bandla and Pekana knew how to handle power for the advancement of God's work. They have never used power to benefit them as individuals. I want to share a few things about the radiance of leadership. Brilliance Leadership Success Profile presents exclusive package of 4 characteristics as advocated by Basik and Turakova in the following manner: that whenever you are talking about this exclusive package, you are talking about knowledge, what I know. In other words, you are referring to technical, professional information needed to perform a job or job activity successfully. The second one, you're talking about experience, what I have done. In other words, you're looking at my educational and work achievements needed to perform job activities successfully. Then thirdly, you're looking at competencies, what I can do, a cluster of behaviors performed on a job. In other words, we are talking about decision-making, planning and organizing, coaching. Then the fourth one, you're talking about personal attributes, who I am. Therefore, personal dispositions and motivations that relate to job satisfaction, job success, or job failure. In other words, here we're talking about leadership disposition, cognitive ability, and risk averse. We have noted that organizations that have incorporated the success profile in their business model, they have seen enormous results and have continued to grow by leaps and bounds. I am of the view that in church organization, the success profile is missing. As a result, most religious organizations are run through trial and error, no matter how old the organization may be. This militates against the notion that the Christian community should be leaders and all others be followers. But when it comes to leadership, all others are leading, but the Christian community is following behind. Basik and Turakova give a brief summary of the expectations of an excellent leader in long-term vision connected to the success profile as follows. 1, ensure followership. In other words, critical roles, strategic talent, individuals to fill in those roles. That's very important if you are talking about a success model. Then ensure development process. This is an ongoing learning, effective training, and learning opportunities. And 3, mapping of performance. In other words, here you are talking about individuals, success, and competencies. Ensuring followership, development process, and mapping of performance, when correctly done, they bring joy and radiance to the leader or leadership. Some of the high-level descriptors for success profile are as follows: navigating for the future. In other words, here you are dealing with leading strategically and leading with influence. And number 2, we are talking about stewardship. In other words, enhancing organizational performance, enhancing systems performance, and leading at the political interface, whether it's the church or outside the church. Number 3, identifying and developing a talent. Here, we're talking about enhancing people performance, developing talent, and enhancing team performance. And lastly, number 4, making it happen. In other words, managing work priorities and achieving through others, bring radiance to the face of the leader as well as accolades and praises. There are elements of leadership success that bring radiance to a leader, and these elements should be cherished by leaders and those aspiring to be leaders. And the following are some of these elements. Leadership is not about you. Leadership must be selfless with the main focus upon making the team better. The success of a leader comes from the vision and accomplishment of the leader's team. Number 2, leadership and team building. The key focus of the leader is to build a team, and this focus should never be lost by a leader. The leader should at all times recognize the team and the contribution it brings to the organization. Number 3, leading change. It is the leader's function to make the change comfortable to the team he or she is leading, and to possess the ability to be flexible as business conditions change, because the leader is the one who must create an exciting environment. Unleashing, that would be number 4, unleashing the power of people. When the leader has built the right team, the leader must allow the team to run, and great teams never fear mistakes, but take them as stepping stones to success. The leader's function is to empower people and not to hold them back. Developing leaders and creating opportunities. It is the role of the leader to create other leaders, create leadership opportunities in small scales, and the skills they will develop will definitely reward the organization. And number 6, competitors should be external. Attribute success to the team as well as individuals. Failure to do so will create a competitive spirit and individual agendas which will dilute and destroy the success of the organization. And number 7, implement a three-pronged approach of people, process, and service. Putting people first is the key enabler of the best practices, processes, and services that can separate your organization from the pack. The energy generated from interpersonal relationships provide the fuel needed to optimize processes and excel service expectations. Number 7, develop a vision and set of values. Involve everyone in the development process, and that will ensure that all stakeholders have bought into the process and the outcome of the process. A vision and set of values are founded if the leader wants to implement and realize his or her strategy. Vision and set of values need to be communicated regularly in order to become a driving force in the organization. The following one, it's communication. As a leader, make communication a continual focus for your team. Use the existing tools for communication while developing new communication channels. Remember, there is no such a thing as too much communication. Therefore, communicate, communicate, and communicate. The next one is involve the entire organization front to back. Make sure that you have developed and practice the attitude that everyone in the organization owns the organization. Value all contributions and continue to encourage team leaders to also do the same. Next one, celebrate successes and have fun. Find reasons to get the workforce together and celebrate new programs, meeting targets, cost reduction, retirements or long services, birthdays, and so forth. Spend much of your time as a leader with your workforce. The other one is be a great listener. The leader focuses on hearing what the team has to say and learns from the new ideas and energy that the team contributes each day. If the only ideas in the leader's mind are his or her own, then the leader is at great risk to fail. I want to take us further on this point and say, in leadership, there is always a power and political play. There is a notion that I believe it also, that leadership in Christian circles is a byproduct of the Holy Spirit. However, having said so, you cannot devoid leadership of power, and organizational political play. Even so, what is called Adventist leadership. Power can be derived from being in the right place at the right time. And taking the appropriate action, while organizational politics can be loosely defined as informal approaches to gaining power through means other than merit or luck. Power can be assumed in various ways, and some of those are: one, granted by the organization, and two, they stem from the characteristics of an individual, and three, stem from ownership and control of resources, and four, they stem from capitalizing on opportunities, or stem from managing critical problems, and stem from being close to power. Then I'm just going to share pitfalls of leadership in a short while, and then come to a conclusion soon. Leadership has both effulgence, in other words, we talk about radiance, joy, successes, developmental planning, and how to deal with challenging moments of leadership. And when it comes to pitfalls, it's lack of resources to handle leadership challenges, blind spots of a leader, the personality of the leader, a leader pretending to be superpower, unethical blunders, and so forth. Pitfalls in leadership can be categorized in three areas, such as personal, organizational, and environmental. These pitfalls definitely impact negatively on the overall leadership. Watering and Spencer have detailed a list of these pitfalls, but I'm just going to give a summary of them. The first one is personal pitfalls, where one is being a beacon of loss. Leaders must always be mindful that followers will always respond to the role the leader plays and the perspectives the leader represents, or the perspective, sorry. There are moments where followers may not respond positively to the leadership and direction of the leader because they don't understand the leadership direction, the role the leader is playing, and negative energy being instilled in the process. The second one is becoming a martyr. Hatzfeld argues that leaders experience setbacks as they work to move an initiative forward to an extent that an initiative is stopped in its tracks. And when such a sabotage takes place, the leader may decide to either be the martyr or villain and fall on his or her sword, as it may, and sacrifice the mission. The third one is using dictatorship instead of collaborative leadership. Yeah, it is interesting to note that some leaders feel very comfortable with the top-down approach in leadership while scanning the collaborative approach to leadership. Then the other one is confusing passion with leadership. The passion to improve service, the state of the institution, and so forth should not at all be confused with leadership. One of the worst assumptions that are there is that if one is passionate enough to make people listen, then one must be a good leader. Leadership is much more complicated than simple being passionate about things, while passion is needed in leadership. The other one would be organizational pitfalls. Here we are talking about not understanding the organizational culture of the institution. I'm not going to dwell much there, but I would just like to share what Acts 1:21 says. Sometimes organizational culture is described as unspoken rules of the organization. Hence Acts 1:21. Therefore, it is necessary to choose one of the men who have been with us the whole time the Lord Jesus was living among us. This becomes key in understanding the organizational culture, pattern of knowledge, belief system, behavior, social groups, and norms. Then you have the other one, which is confusing technical challenges with adaptive challenges. I'm not going to go deeper there. Then you have experiencing changes in leadership, where people would still back the previous leader and not see things positively with a new leader. Then you have environmental pitfall, where you have the environment outside forcing changes within the organization, and sometimes those changes are not taken kindly by those who are supposed to implement and deal with them. We have also what we call unethical leadership blunders or pitfalls, where leaders backstab each other. I'm not going to talk more about that in view of time, where you have a concept that you either embrace or demolish. In other words, whatever you think is going to put you somewhere, you embrace, and whatever you think will deprive you to be at a certain point, you demolish. Then setting up a person for failure, I'm not going to get into that. Divide and rule, which is also another concept that is there. Playing territorial games, it's another. And leadership by seniority, that's another. In conclusion, I want to share a few things that are important. Here, I wish Helderberg College of Higher Education could honor these giants of our faith posthumously, as KHAMFU District is doing today. I hope that this initiative will also be embraced by the conference, and it makes it its culture and norm to honor its cadres of the movement. As I conclude, I wish to say thank you to KHAMFU District, and I also want to say this is a great initiative. May we continue to inspire other districts to also do the same. I thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you so much, Dr. Kwala, for that informative lecture. We surely have learned a lot from that presentation. We are now going to hand over to Pastor Somniku, who is going to be doing the tokens of appreciation. Then shortly after that, we are going to hand over to Pastor Lamani, who is our coordinator and our district pastor, to do the closing remarks and maybe closing the word of prayer. Pastor Somniku.
Because mandizicele zifemeli zombili zize phambi to come and join us as we hand over the gift that is coming from KHAMFU District. In appreciation for the contribution of these startups, masizicele families, or rather representatives from the families, to come forward to receive these gifts. This is a small token of appreciation that we are giving to the families on behalf of the stalwarts, Bandla, Wmk Pekana, CCT. Inkosi kakhulu ngomsebenzi abawenzileyo, abenze into okubana sikwazi ukubona ibandla lasekhaya njengamanye amabandla amaninzi ngomsebenzi abawenzileyo. Inkosi kakhulu, Thixo nisikelele kakhulu, inkosi kakhulu.
Thank you so much to Pastor Somniku, and thank you to the families for coming through today and sacrificing their time to come and be with us. Thank you for everyone who came through as well to witness this day. It's the second of many to come. Thank you for having me here.
I think but I think finally just to thank I'll thank them separately. But I just want to thank Pumileyo Beza today, Okoba, Bazoba Munat, and embrace the thinking that we have. And I always want to say it's the thinking, because it's not a finalized product. We keep on thinking of appreciating Loma Abansi, Esiasakwela Sakwela, Pisco, Sawabuka. You know, they do, I think, Mamele completely Matidi, for instance. It comes from Matidi and Funsunia. Indo 80, when they look at the current leadership of pastors, these pastors are not the same with the older pastors. We cannot be the same. We are not facing the same challenges that they were facing. And I mean, it also would be boring, but it's also really, you know what I'm saying? But we thank you, we thank our Effulgence that were there before. We thank, I'm much on thanking the families that have sacrificed their fathers. I know that you spend most of the time without them. And that is painful. And when you see that the sacrifices that even your parents have made seems not to have been appreciated, it's devastating. Go home knowing that even though we don't say anything, deep down in our hearts, we are thankful. We are thankful of their sacrifices. We are thankful of the fights that they have fought and won. Sometimes they may have been defeated, but when they let the baton move on, they gave it on to us. It is for us now to make sure that whatever that they were standing for, it becomes a reality. And that when you look at the church today, you may not look at the church with disdain. Thank you, families. Let me thank those that have made this day possible. I wouldn't want to mention them, but I have an experience where I have never mentioned people that contributed, and that it put me on boiling water. So let me thank those that have contributed. If you see all these things that has been happening, it is not because of me. Maybe we have been a central person, but we have the brother Nduanas, the Konwenis, we have the Wanis, the Singamas, you know, people donating their data, their time, their skills, and making sure that this thing happens. You see the equipment that is here. We have not bought it, it's not ours. It belongs to the brethren, and they have made it sure that we have this beautiful day today. Abanye banikele imali, abanye banikele, as I said, the equipment zabo and all that. It's just to say thank you, the Pekanas, thank you, the Bandlas, for all the work that your parents have done in the past and are continuing doing it. Siyatsho ukubana noxa bona belele izenzo zabo zisathetha. May God bless you all. May God bless you all. And as you travel back, abo abazotravelisha back, abangazotravelisha back, hlalani ngokuthula ngcwaliswa nguThixo. Thixo lisingeqani lonke ngoYesu. Amen. But isiphakame usadama sinike ingoma. Oh no, I nearly forgot something. I need family representatives to respond. 2 minutes. Then Sadama speaking ingoma. Then Sivale to Gomithantas.
Nompumelelo mntanam. Asifumane bethuna kuzothatha ifemeli bendile umini yobule. Kodwa wena kusinathi bakhosi. Izathu mntana. Ngiyanibulisa nonke igama likaJesu Kristu. Amen. It's always a challenge to speak at the last moment. Because all the clever gems have been said and all the nice things have been said. But representing Ifemeli Bandla, we really want to say thank you very much for the appreciation for our parents, to appreciate the seed that they've planted, that we can see it that is growing now. And we hope that this is just a start to appreciate the pastors, the sacrifice that they do, sometimes not even seen when they are still alive. I stand here proud that my father-in-law has left such a legacy, not only in Western Cape, whether I go to Johannesburg, whether I go to Eastern Cape. Abandibizi ngegama lami bathi ngiyinku. Bandibiza ntoni? Umkhwenyana kaMfundisi. It's very good and it's very good. Even when I go to funerals, ndihlala kule tafini. Even now, my father-in-law was a vegetarian from 1953. Am I right? From 1953, he was a vegetarian. It's one of the things that most probably I'll also do in my last years that I live. Okay. But thank you very much. Thank you very much, and thank you for everything. Thank you.
Okay. Now we are in the cell my congregation of people want. Without wasting cash, on behalf of the Pekana family, for the children, the sacrifices. You know, when in the day of every family, when they were discussing here, you know, some of the things as siblings, it was either they were made to break them or to make them. And Namanya, like I know one who lay on but because of the things that they sense and the one sacrifices they sense I appreciate them. But today, unfortunately, it's no more like or if the rest of the family they appreciate them. At least Tatawa made a mark and he left a legacy. Which I think in all season, it was a but try time. Amen. I mean, it's a homecoming, I always say that. And there is no pastor things, projects, and is drawing attention, identity, where we're coming from. Like moving forward. The second coming of Jesus Christ. When he comes, song is young. King, no Baba Beach, near Bandla, okay, Silabas, coming out of this.
Without
further Saddam is coming up with the intro class. Umama Ulamani ezingaphambili sivalela lenkonzo kumthandazo.
Masipala number 185. Hymn number 185. Sithafuthi ngelizwe 2. Sithafuthi ngelizwe libengezelayo lihle. Sithi lokumo zulkololo kodwa ayukuba khona.
Sibubonile ubunganga bakho. Usibonakalisile wena bawuthulungeyo uthi. Nansi lemini siyibona iphumelela bawuthulungeyo. Xa ukulungiselelwa kuqala bekungacaci ukuba iyawuba yintoni. Kodwa ngoku siyabona ukuba ngokwenene ukho xa ibiqulunqo. Naba abantwana bakho Thixo olungileyo besenza umbulelo ovuna indlela bawuthulungileyo abawuthatha lo msebenzi bawubeka kule ndawo babo. Siyabulela ke bawuthulungileyo ngabazali babo abasebenzayo ukuze bawuthulungileyo ngeli xesha nathi sikwazi ukubizwa ukuba singabantwana bakaThixo. Singake bawuthulungileyo indlela abayivulayo ingangavalwanga ngoba bawuthulungileyo babesikhokhela besikhokhelela kubo. Nansi ifemeli bawuthulungileyo sizizisa kuwe bawuthulungileyo. Singabawuthulungileyo bangatshela kwimfundiso yabazali babo. Batshele kuwe Thixo olungileyo. Sithe Nkosi ngento yonke osenzele yona. Sikhokheleke nakaloku njengomzali
bazakuphuma sihambe indlela ezahlukeneyo. Makuthi bawuthi ulungileyo okokuba asibonakalanga kwakhona kweli hlabathi, kodwa bawuthi ulungileyo apho wena usilungiselele khona, apho wena bawuthi ulungileyo uthi asiyi kuphinde sahlukane naphakade singabonana khona bawuthi ulungileyo. Bakhaphe abazakuhamba i-distance ezinde bawuthi ulungileyo, nabo bazakuhamba i-distance ezimfutshane, ngoba siyazi ukuthi akunwabanga ongendawo, kodwa sithemba wena njengomkhuseli wethu. Enkosi ke bawuthi ulungileyo ngoYesu. Amen.
Masibulele bethuna xa siphuma ke ngoku, we had the courtesy of Meals on Wheels Nzondelelo that would give us just something esihamba siyimungunya ukuya kufika ezindlini, just njena into encinane. UThixo noxola lisikelele, uThixo noxola belinye nani, ithi beyilombini esiyakubonakala ngayo sicanda isibhakabhaka. Amen. Amen.